did I Mandela effect? What the hell? What the hell's going wrong with my OBS? Oh, is the rain messing with my stream? What the hell's going on? My stream's all messed up. Oh, please don't happen today, dude. I have a sponsored thing today. Come on now. I know it's not till later. Yesterday we had a bit of issue. I know that the, so there's a bomb cyclone in the Pacific Northwest, so hopefully that's not going to impact. There's a bunch of rain, basically. And I really hope that it's a rather short-term problem for the time being. And that it's just a morning thing. Hope it's not the bomb cyclone. That's just the weather causing spotty internet. It's not like I could call them, have them fix it. They'd be like, yeah, it's kind of fucking raining. Yeah, hopefully that's just something for the morning here and not something that's going to happen later during the co-stream. Your boy is, listen, I'm excited for PoE 2, but I'm also sponsored to watch that stream. And your boy's trying to get paid. So I would like that to work fine. If you don't mind, I would like that to work. If you don't mind, of course. If you mind, then, you know, what the fuck am I going to do about that, right? What the fuck am I going to do about that? When the fuck did we get ice cream? Bomb cyclone's been fun. Oh. Yeah, it's probably going to be raining today, which means I might not be able to go to the gym. I mean, I could, but do I really want to take a lift to the fucking gym? It's not like it's that far, but like if it's raining the whole time, I'm going to be miserable when I get there. I have to bring a change of clothes. A set of clothes to walk there and a set of clothes to fucking work out. What do you mean they should pay me more? What? They're being paid plenty. I'm more than content. Madge, I mind. Yeah, I would definitely like to keep the amount of lag to a minimum. If at all possible. Yeah, exactly. I'm more than content. I'm quite pleased. Okay, that's all done. I kind of want to run another alliance raid later. I don't even need anything from it. I just enjoy doing it. In the meantime, oh, you know what I haven't done this morning? Where's Brighter Shores? My 24 hours in Brighter Shores is up. I'm over by like 15 minutes. Good morning, Deal. Your boy's got some alchemy levels to collect. There we go. 35 and a half. Perfect. I don't get another auto level option until 47, but at the very least I can keep it going. Yeah, today oh, you know what? I am going to do a map party later. Like a proper map party. Probably around like 9 a.m. I'll do a proper map party. I'll head to Dynamis for it and everything. Until then, I'm probably just going to work on some collectibles. I gotta clean out my inventory too at some point. It's full of Garbo. It's full of new patch Garbo. And I don't like new patch Garbo. I would like to avoid new patch Garbo. Yeah, I'll go to the... Yeah, like I don't need this shit. I also have to put away some of my raid prep stuff. I have no idea what we're even doing Sunday morning for raid. We're doing like... We're doing some like 2 a.m. raid on that day. With Elastic, well, you can, then what about this expansion, Garbo? You're just too much Garbo. How will you manage all of the Garbo? Good morning, Flo. Alright, let's first desynthesize some current patch Garbo. Then we've got some materia that needs to be tucked away. Good morning. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Like, I don't mind waking up 2 a.m. for patch. The idea of waking up 2 a.m. for a raid before patch, that on the other hand is very unexciting to me. Alright, is there materia here? Yeah, but I should probably tuck all this materia away now. Most of it's fine. And then let me head to my retainers. Yeah, stream cut off. It came back, dude. There's bad weather in the northwest, so my internet was a little spotty for a second there. I'll play this game. I'm gonna leave this up at 9 mil and just wait for them to start selling out. However, what I will also do is go to a different retainer. Save those for future eternal weapons. No, I need the mount tokens. Alright, so let's see what sells for even a semi-decent price. Probably not these, to be honest. Nope. Vendor the rest. I'll do 1950. Why not? Yeah, chaotic we still got a little ways to go for, but I am also excited. I have to figure out what I'm even doing for that. But I'm not worried about that till after Ultimate's done. I just can't be asked to worry about it beforehand, you know? Oh, actually, I don't know if I'll need those for Tuesday. I'll keep those. I can't wait to do chaotic on mobile. I know it's not the live game, to be clear. I'm more so saying one day it will have to be a thing. Smile. On mobile. Alright, sell those. Is this the... Oh, this is my materia retainer, actually. Wait, I have grade 8 dark matter here? Oh, I do. Just pull that out, actually. Because I'm obviously going to use that. Don't know even why I put it away in the first place. Yeah, since it doesn't seem to want to let me do that. Why do I have so many of these? Did I really get that many from my purple scripts? Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? Hold on, we're selling some of these. What the fuck? My purple script grind really yielded that many fucking crafting materials? Jesus Christ. I don't know. Wait, you're telling me these are 12,000 a piece and I have 800 of them? Okay. So this just became a thing, because how the fuck am I even gonna sell this many? Good morning, Valtis. Yeah, how the fuck am I even... What the fuck? Yeah, remember all those materia I got from doing my achievements? Yeah. I forgot I had 800 of them and they sell for 12,000 a piece. So, I guess I gotta get busy fucking selling them. Alright, these ones are a little cheaper. I still have a billion of them, but you know. What was it? 4496? I'm gonna be selling these till I'm fucking dead. IRL. Gonna be on my fucking deathbed being like, hey. Now some of you might be thinking, but happy. This materia won't even be popular in 2 more years when we get the next expansion. Be like, yeah, I'm saying I'll die before then. Get over it, alright? Learn to live with it. The world's ending, alright? Listen, we've had a good run. Good morning, Babano. I don't even know where to begin. Like, I can't sell too many at once, or it's gonna be extra bad. Let me take this out. Alright, I think it has to go in the random stuff NPC. This is where I usually put my raid prep stuff. If I need to take my raid prep stuff back out for Sunday, which, again, I don't even know what we're actually doing on Sunday. Oh, wait, my replica. Hold on. The replica doesn't go in there. Why is this here? Did I get a new samurai weapon? Oh, you know what? I know why that's there. It's there because of all these weapons for raid prep taking up space. So I, like, moved it. That's what it is. Okay. The fucking raid prep stuff, man. Such a fucking pain in my balls. I mean, for me, it's not about mechanics I want to see anymore, really. It's more just like, whatever I see, I see. Why did I make an extra of these? I mean, I guess I could have handed it in next week. Ivy, my girl. Chill. And then my relic retainer. Where's my relic retainer? Here it is. Relics and tokens. There you go. Ugh. Hi, Ivy. The replica I can actually store away, but I mean, I have all the other ones here anyway, so. Except for a random fucking Abyssos weapon that's in there. Which, if I ever need, I know I have. Alright, obviously not all of that stuff is gone, but at least it's some of them. Okay, so I'll probably do a map party in a little bit, but for now, I need some orange scripts. 414 of them at the moment. Music from the Solution 9 teaser? I don't even remember that music. I'd have to listen to it. Shawaneji Springs is next. I will go wait there until time changes over. Hi, Ivy. Yeah, it's pretty funny that the two biggest topics for 14 over the next couple of weeks are going to be Ultimate and Mobile. A nap party? Isn't that just... You know what? Never mind. Hi. What about Thanksgiving? What about it? Who cares? Yeah, I have the mobile video sponsor today, and I have the PoE2 sponsor today. Oh, what a day. Hi. Yeah, what about Thanksgiving? Oh. Hey. You're so needy this morning. That's what I get for playing with you. I activated you. It's a problem with Ivy. If I give her any attention at all for the next 2 hours, she's activated. Yeah, I got a PoE2 spot. It says it in the title. A red mage is good to play. A lot of people play them. You're asking someone who is personally not a fan of them, though. Generally speaking, anyone who plays red mage also plays another caster. They play two different mages. It's rare you meet a red mage one trick. It's rare you meet one tricks nowadays anyway, unless they don't actually do like endgame content, really. It doesn't really make sense to one trick most of the time. Most people pick their favorite, do that, and then do something else on top of it. Ugh. Ground beef. Good thing I haven't bought ground beef in a while then. Woo. Venison, bison, but no ground beef. The easiest to play? Red Mage actually is kind of... Well, no, now new Red Mage is a lot easier to play. The current Red Mage is a lot easier to play than the older one. So I guess I can't say. Red Mage is actually a little bit more... annoying. Red Mage is really easy to get into, but a lot more annoying to min-max on, but that's a lot less true nowadays. But Warrior and Summoner, yeah, it's by far the easiest. Isn't that right, Ivy? You're a little warrior. And I'm a summoner because every time I have something anywhere in this apartment, you show up, I summon you. I one-trick summoner because I'm too bad to play anything else. You know what? Stand in your lane. I got respect for it. I summon everyone. Isn't that right, Ivy? Isn't that right? Summoner Pepe hands. Good morning, Batman. Good morning. It looks like the rain is letting up a little bit. I just hope it lets up long enough for me to get to and from the gym. Yes, mobile will be separate from main 14. They are unrelated. I'm doing alright. I can't complain. I got a big money day today. We got a big money week coming up. We got Ultimate soon. Hey, they're Bahamut and Phoenix Mage. Give the Phoenix some credit. They show up. Lay node arrow. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. Well, yeah, I don't think it's expected it would work the same way. That's interesting. Yeah, it'll be interesting. It should be going into beta in China soon, because it's basically done, and the beta should be soon. If I recall what Famitsu put out, or I think even what their official Lodestone post says. So it shouldn't actually be too long before we start getting some details. It's funny because I was going to do an Ultimate focus show this Friday ahead of Ultimate, and then I was like, you know what? We can do a brief main story thing and then talk about mobile. Oh, coffee. Fill my bones. Well, then you should have told Nexon to get their shit together. That's on them. Oh, man. That's on them. God, it's just such a weird timeline, man. Such a strange timeline we live in. And you know what? I'm all for it. I'm all for the random... Some of the most random fucking things that have been happening. Must make coffee. But yeah, it's just, oh man, I want news on it now. I just like the idea of having, as the content creator person in me cares about it more than the gamer in me does. I just see an endless wealth of content to make. We were talking about it. I don't think. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday, I think. But there's a high probability the mobile 14 does a lot more collaborations than main 14, since it's developed by a completely different company. It's not an unlikely thing. Especially if it does well. Then again, even the Final Fantasy mobile games that theoretically weren't doing well would still organize like third-party collaboration, so who knows. Yeah, but it's not a Square Enix. That's the thing, though. It's not developed by them. The only one I think that was developed in-house is Ever Crisis and Mobius. I think Mobius was developed in-house. Well, there is no gotcha, Dylan. They said that already. No, that's not going to happen. Flo. It's probably not even going to be the same ecosystem. Like, in terms of, like, how items interact with one another. Just be wary of the P5 collabs. Not to mention, what would you even want to transfer? It's a Realm Reborn. What items from a Realm Reborn are you like? You know what? You know what? Actually, I think will probably happen though. I bet if you have like, because there's no gacha, I'm gonna assume there's a battle pass. Because what the fuck else would there be, right? I'd imagine if they have it, so you have the battle pass, or you make a 14 mobile count, you get another free teleport location and main game. Oh, those are definitely not. That's definitely not going to happen. That's the whole point of why they would do more of them in mobile, because they're not. It's not the same graphics engine. I can't wait to make a Zeta weapon on mobile. Oh yeah, I mean, if there's not a Mog Station, I'll be shocked. But I think a battle pass is a foregone conclusion. Battle pass is effectively subscription light. Yeah, what if Final Fantasy XIV does a collaboration with Final Fantasy XIV? Damn, we live in a universe where Final Fantasy XIV could collab with itself. That's crazy. No, I didn't see that, Quindo. But it's probably a good thing. Just assume automatically. We don't need it. We did that already, Veltus. We're gonna get it again anyway. We're gonna get it again regardless. We don't need that. Actually, they're Final Fantasy XIV mobile games are not a major source of money for 14 anymore. Hasn't been for quite some years. That's why they've been taking them all down. Because they're not worth the development resources and effort when they could be putting it towards other projects. Yeah, Champions of the Continent, I think, is still profitable, but, like... only because it has such low maintenance costs because it's actually a single-player game. Oh, well, yeah, that should be common sense, which, you know, like I said, is a good thing. That doesn't really surprise me. I've never had a game that's done that, but, you know, it's a good policy to have. Good morning, Elena. Yeah, I don't know if Arthur's has a means of recording. If he doesn't, he'll probably get one. Oh, sweet. If he doesn't, he'll probably get one. So when it's in beta in China, I'm sure we know he's had access. He's been to the Chinese Fan Festival and everything, so he could probably get access to it. I might see if he can record some stuff if he's not planning on making any YouTube videos about it. I mean, either way, I'll still talk about it. Even if he does make YouTube videos, I'll just react. Yeah, Ever Crisis is way too grindy. Ever Crisis is the kind of grind you don't want to have to do. I don't mind playing it. I find the story bits fun and interesting, but as soon as I have to go through like post-story progressions, I'm just like, eh. And you really need duplicate weapons in Ever Crisis for like weapons to be strong at all. It's rare that an unupgraded weapon with a skill is good. So many dupes. So many dupes. Ah. Ooh. Nice, Phaeltus. Metaphor, good. Metaphor, very... Oh my god, Ivy, you ate all of your food already? God. To be fair, I've been giving her smaller portions. So when she does get her food portions, she, Oh, she's... Oh, look at you sipping on your water. Even when she does eat, she just eats all of it, like, immediately. She's so quick to, like, consume. I see you sipping in a little water fountain. Seeing her over there always reminds me of Aloha, because she didn't really use the fountain much until he passed. Ugh. Because she was eating nothing but wet food, and so that was it. Hello, lass. A new cat recently. Nice. Enjoy. New cat time could be frustrating for some people. Because they're not, they gotta get acclimated. So everyone somehow imagines the cat's instantly gonna be like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. And most of them are like, where the fuck have you taken me? Yeah, I feel that, Juster. Ivy wants me to get another cat to replace Aloha, which I'm not doing anytime soon. It's not happening. You're actively inactive, Cursplosion. God, I got all of my footage for the every Final Fantasy XI reference in Echo Savannah Deal Part 1 video, and I need to throw it together tonight. It's not going to come out till, I think, Sunday, so I have plenty of time. But, like, oh my god, the process has been agonizing. No, it's like, I think it's 30 minutes. I think it's like 28 minutes. Because any of the things that I've already explained in other videos, I'm not going to like go into in-depth detail here. Because I have a whole separate video on it. I'd say the Archangels are probably the one place where I break that rule to bring up like their individual skills. What is and isn't there, etc. The real mentor roulette. Yeah, new pets are fun, as long as the pet's a match for the household. Which you always want, obviously. Not everyone is so lucky. Ivy was a rough one when she first got here. She was so afraid. But I bond with animals very, very easily. What do you mean? If I was in the mouth of a lantern demon, then this is exactly the music I'd want. This is the music that lets you know you're actually not dinner. Want to link him to one of your videos about reference? Well, I mean, I have a playlist of 11 references for the Echoes of Vana'diel stuff, but they were like stuff I released before it came out. And then there's my actual run of the raid where I'm constantly pointing them out. Sociable cat. I think it's good to have one sociable cat and one less sociable cat. Like one that's a complete loner is kind of rough, I feel like, on a lot of people, but like complete loner. But like one of each. I think he'd watch, well, unless he likes the first video, then he would watch the rest of them because there's, you know, everything needs to be explained separately. But I have my every reference video coming out. Yeah, tomorrow is my first thoughts on the Alliance raid. Saturday would be State of the Realm. Sunday would be the all references video. Monday would be the weekly Q&A. Tuesday, I'll post, I guess, maybe a quick patch note reading in case there's anything that needs to be said. You know, whatever. And then Tuesday would probably just be like clearing phase 1. I assume we'll probably get 3 to 4 minutes into Ultimate on day 1. Tricks for fixing trailing litter. You just have to be diligent. Like, there's a couple of things. Get a mat, and then you need a different mat depending on the type of litter you have. So like, don't just get those like shitty plastic litter mats. You usually want something that is more like carpet material because it'll pull the stuff off of their paws more easily. And even then, you still have to be willing to, like, you know, pick it up and fold it and pour the litter in. Like, you still need to make sure that it's not covered in litter all the time. Once you have a cat, you need to have a good vacuum. That's true of really any animal, but especially with cats. As soon as you own a cat, you need to make sure you have a good vacuum. Because you are going to be vacuuming up litter. Also, if you have a long hair cat, trim their hair. That helps a lot too. Helps prevent them getting dingleberries as well. Cats may not be that expensive most of the time, but the vacuum you have to get with them, a little bit more so. Because you definitely want a very good vacuum for that. Oh, God, my abs are still sore from the other day. Today's supposed to be a leg day, so I really want to make sure, I really hope the rain doesn't fuck with it. Listen, I'll take it fucking with my workout as long as it doesn't fuck up with the stream again like it did earlier. Yeah, some cats are also assholes. Like, you need a certain litter box for some cats because they fucking kick and, like, paw that shit all over the place. They just go to town, dig into China. Even the cats are trying to escape. I've got a bunch of pre-cooked meats ready to go for Ultimate. I'm going to make some progs as well with some ground bison that I have. You know what I did last night? Last night, I did ground turkey and cheese, like, mixed into a, like I kind of just, like, mashed it all together in a sense. And then I put, I made the tonkatsu ketchup. That's just a real quick recipe from the Final Fantasy XIV cookbook. It's just tonkatsu, sauce, ketchup, sake, and water mixed together. And I just poured that directly into the bowl and directly into the pan or the pot and let it caramelize a little bit and mixed it in with that. And then I put that on toasted bread, and it was basically like, it was like a cheesy meat mixture burger. It was like a sloppy Joe almost, but like ground turkey form. Just with all the cheese and ketchup and everything mixed into it. That was a nice, really quick thing to throw together. And then I just had like some vegetables. I had some green beans and like broccoli on the side. Yeah, as a reminder, in about an hour, I'm going to do some map parties. I'm just chilling and gathering some stuff while we chat. Just gathering some orange scripts for my mounts while we chat for the time being. And hoping to see a bunch of my fucking materia sell so I can go sell more. And we have the Path of Exile stream later. And we have my mobile video coming out at 10:30. Yeah, today I'm gonna make salmon. Nap part. Isn't that just like what they did in kindergarten? They told everyone to go to sleep on the fucking floor, and then you'd wake up with back problems as a 5-year-old, and you'd be like, why have you done this to me? Got 3. Yeah, I have 3 as well. It won't be. That would be terrible. It's actually, I think nap time for kids is actually cruel. I think it's a bad idea. Because you're teaching kids that you can just nap in the middle of the day, and then as an adult, when you want to do it, everyone calls you lazy. Fuck you. You raised me this way. Okay? You drilled this shit into my head at a young age. You can't just take it away. Assholes. Naps are good for you. I didn't say they weren't. I said that it's fucking cruel that as a child, they teach you to give you nap time, even in fucking schools. And then as an adult, they're like, eh, fuck that. They take it away from you. Unless you're like me. I could technically nap whenever I want. I live the kind of life where I could. But the fact that the social construct that has built nap time in schools and then takes it away in your adult life when you're working a standard job is fucked up. Nap time as a kid means siesta time as an adult. All right? They got it right in Europe. Take a little siesta. Lunch break or nap break? Nap break every time. I can survive hungry. I can't survive tired. You need to live in a country where nap time is mandatory. Hell yeah. Good morning, Sapphire. Imagine if nap time was mandatory and it was just like you had a chip installed in your brain that just put you to sleep whenever it was nap time and woke you up when it wasn't. Yeah, it's siesta. Just be doing, I'd be like, all right, guys, this is our last pull of Ultimate for the day. Oh, I think his chip kicked in. It's his nap time. You're at enrage. Literally, boss is about to die. You need every GCD in the... These are the thoughts that pervade my mind. Useless, but interesting, at best. As long as the sleep is good. I'd be willing to risk my life to install a chip that helped me fall asleep. Fuck it. What's being alive when you're tired all the time anyway? No, it's literally a different game, Chris. They said that right from the onset when they announced it. Yeah, 1 hour nap, see you in 6 hours. 1 hour nap means going to bed at 3 p.m., waking up at 9 p.m., realizing it's 9 p.m., and either A, struggling to sleep until 3 a.m., or B, sleeping until 10 a.m. and then realizing you slept for literally a full fucking day. Yes! Yes, buy it! Yes! Alright, hold on. We gotta go sell more. What will go wrong? I think this is actually going to be a pretty vanilla ultimate race. I don't know. I don't think this one's going to be... I think everyone's just going to have fun this time, and it's not going to be that big a deal. There's going to be some team out there, like some third-party tool footage somewhere, right? Like, it's gonna... That's inevitable. It happens with literally everything, so why wouldn't it happen here? Have you seen the shit? That pops up nowadays? What was it that just sold? It was Command Materia all sold. I think it'll be similar to DSR. And even DSR's quote drama was not near, like it was the guy getting sent to jail. And that was kind of the end of it. Like, yeah, it was a big deal at the time, but was it like... It wasn't like Top was. As somebody who, unfortunately, very firsthand had to deal with the Top thing. Dawn Trail has a deep dungeon, potentially. They said either a deep dungeon, but they said they may replace it with another piece of content, but we don't know what the actual A, what that would be, and B, if they're gonna do that or not. Yeah, so that's from me making 5,000 crafted collectibles for my PlayStation achievement. I forgot I had like 800 of each crafting materia. I mean, that's not really it, Valtis. I don't really think of it that way. I just think of it like it's a really common thing, and I just wish I had known better. Because that's the thing. A lot of people just don't, and I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying a lot of people don't understand how fucking common it is nowadays. It's common enough to the point where it needed to be a meeting for this group. Like, we literally had it in our, like, meeting notes. We don't know when Cosmic Exploration is. No, not even, no, melons. We didn't use melons. Nobody in our group had melons. We had Zeph manually marking people. No, I'm just saying in general, third-party shit is like mega common.
100 bits. Sphin.
Thanks for the 100 bits, Vortis. Oh no, I haven't updated that command. I just ignore it when it comes up. Like, that's what I mean. Like, when somebody told me that someone in my group was using it, I was literally just like, well, I guess I'm not fucking surprised, but here we go. I'm gonna delete the Aloha command. Here. Because, like, how can I be at this point, right? How can anyone be? Where is... What the hell? Is that a stream element? Oh, it's a stream elements command. Yeah, let me get rid of that. That way that doesn't pop up at all, right? What the fuck? Hold on. Sorry, I just had to check something else while I was in my Stream Elements menu. So I can get rid of that command. There we go. That way I just don't even have to see it pop up. JP team? No, I only saw the speed kill team, unless that was a JP team. Not like I can fucking tell the difference. Oh, I just realized. I'm supposed to still be on the other side of the map. I jumped the gun because I teleported away from the other side. Oh, they were? It's funny because... Oh, it's not funny. But it's funny because in Japan, the repercussions for using third-party stuff is way worse than it is in North America. If it's provable. Obviously, this is just a fucking speed kill site, which is never going to be used as evidence for anything, because Square, technically within their terms of service, could ban anyone that has been the person to actually upload a log there, as it is technically proof of them using a program. Oh, it's one of the easiest ones, King Homer. But in Japan, yeah, it's actively against the law in Japan. They'll rarely ever be like, we're taking you to court for this, but it is an actual, like, written law in Japan about modifying game files. I feel like I have once or twice, Muzz. But I can't really recall. I don't know. I'm not boned up on Square Enix's copyright and patent controls. Where'd Ivy go? Ivy must be taking a nap on the bed. Well, yeah, I mean, it's advanced a lot. There's about 10% of mods I understand people doing, and then there's about 90% where I don't get it. I mean, if you were going to patent the term limit break, and keep in mind, a patent is a very different thing than owning the copyright to the term. It would have to be you'd have to, like, keep in mind, a patent is usually for not used for something like that. You would more than likely file a copyright if you were going to file that for the term limit break. Because what are you gonna? Yeah, again, you would have to see. You understand patent law. You'd have to. It would have to be filed as a patent under the idea of unleashing a massive attack after building up a gauge of some like. Make any fucking sense. It would also be useless because you would just fucking. You know what though? I get the joke because this is making fun of Nintendo. That's what this really boils down to, is it's making fun of Nintendo. Yeah, some people do. Again, though, one of my favorite things to point out is that the majority of people who mod their character appearances they make their characters look fucking ugly. It's just absolute, like, disgusting looking figment of pixels. And they're like proud of it. Yeah, that's the term for it. Yes! Craftsman's Competence Materia is selling now. Oh, that wasn't all of them, though, I don't think. I think I put up more than 30 Craftsman Competence. Listen, I have 8 fucking 100 to sell. I'll take any and all sales I can find. Hey, but Cool Jaw's not ugly. He's just different. That's not fair. Yeah, that's fine, but I still need them to buy everything. I have 600 and... Command is the... Oh, I'm sorry, I already put up an entire second wave of Command. I mean, I'm sitting on tens of millions of gil worth of fucking crafting materia, so... The competence. I think that might be all of... Yeah, that's all of them. Hold on. Real quick before this spawns. Oh, not you. It's harmless. Yeah, I just don't get it. Well, okay, more accurately, I feel bad for said person. Because that's... I do correlate the way... Jesus Christ. I correlate the way that they see their character and how they've changed it, and I know full well they're Coomers more than anything else. And that's all they've got. Right? Like, good that all they have is harmless. I'm glad that's as far as it goes, but I feel bad for them. Exposure bias. Yeah, but those are the people who I don't. That's I'm specifically calling out that subset. I'm not saying that's the majority. I'm saying that's the subset that I don't understand. All right. All the command materia sold when I got here, so where am I going? Lane node arrow. See, that's why Square needs to consider, if they really want 14 mobile to be maximum success, they need to cater to Coomers. There needs to be way more like Coomer outfits in 14 mobile. True success. I know that. Please, no. Listen, Square has made like 0 Coomer mobile games. That's why they all keep shutting down. Ever Crisis is unironically the closest they've gotten. And that's just because there's plenty of Aerith and Tifa skins. If they want mobile game success. Oh my god, my materia. Okay, listen, here's the thing though. I need all of this. This needs to happen. All of my materia is just going, gone right now. Let's fucking go, alright? I need it. Yeah, we need Final Fantasy 14 beach volleyball. There you go. I don't even want it. I'm just saying if they want success, that's what they need. Maybe I'll get rid of all this materia faster than I thought. At least all the commands will go. It looks like the cunnings are going to be a little tougher because you don't really need a lot of cunnings. That's why they're not that expensive. Or you don't need them at all, practically. I just went even keel on, like, all 3 of them. So I have about the same across all of them. Crazy the money that I made from hunting this achievement. Wow, these are already getting undercut. I'll leave them as is for now. On a raid ready set? I mean, it depends. The first tier is way more expensive than the other 2 tiers. So it's normally like 20. Oh my god. Oh, look, the cuttings I was just complaining about not selling. Hey, look what happened. Good thing I literally just put them back up because somebody was literally just buying them. Wait. Oh, okay. I'll just put them up for the same price then. Even though it's not technically an undercut. I love money! All right, now I can go to lay node pyro. Probably lost the whole stack. It's all right because it means they buy more of my stack. Nope. Somebody's not having a good time with Cunnings right now. Call him Craftsman's Cunningham. Oh, and there go the commands. Bro, I just want to go get these scripts. Somebody's having a really bad time melding crafting gear right now is what I'm learning. Oh, and there goes. One person just roll through all of the stops, man. They didn't buy out all of them. They bought out a fair portion of them. I'll have to go back after this. P. Oh, thanks, Kel. Thanks for enjoying the content. I appreciate it. Listen, I'm just trying to get that money. Well, these nodes aren't being used for gil. They're being used for mount tokens, which I'm keeping. All right, we got to make it back and sell more. I still have hundreds more to go. Wow, what a shit node. Alright, Mamuk is next. But first, back to Tuliolal. Tulililalo. No, I'm trying to get the new mount. My barrel tender. I have mount number 2 to get. Oh my god. Alright, competence. Did the ones I have on my other retainer sell? I wonder, because I put some up on the other retainer as to not interrupt these sales. Should really just copy and paste the 4496. I'll do that with the command materia. Hello? That was so weird. Alright. Wait, what the hell? Oh, wait, I just realized that's more than they were selling for before, so they've gone up. They bought out all the lower tier ones. And make sure those are all correct. Yes. Yeah, I need my barrel tender. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I've got 3 minutes until the node appears. I will stand here until it's just about time. to go to the next orange script node. That way I can just keep dumping, just keep dumping, just keep... I've almost dumped 400 command materials already. Oh, right. The other NPC... Wait, what the hell? Didn't mean to do that. Oh, yeah, they did all sell. I think they all sold from this one. Yep. I had to check the other retainer. Listen, I'm just trying to bring in that dollar. That's all I'm trying to do. I bring in Prime subs. I bring in Materia Gill. I bring in whatever the hell I can. Today's a big money day with the double sponsor posts. And I have Magic Spoon on tomorrow's video. Listen, we gotta roll in it. Alright, we gotta roll in it. Say it with me now. Roll in it. Get the bag. Whether that bag be gil that you don't need or money that you do. Whichever it may be. There it is. I gotta wait. Was that all 6 sales? Well, that was all the competence materia they were gonna buy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just took it off the board. I should wait till whoever's there is done. I didn't expect to see even more of it going. Command, command, command. All right. Now I can go in and do it again. Gotta replenish the supplies. What the hell? Somebody bought out a lot of competence. Jesus. Somebody just put a bunch up for put a single one up for 4,000. It's not that big a deal. Those are normally bots that do that. Alright, and to the node in Mamuk. Neither. I actually don't like really heavy sandwiches like that. I like to think... listen, if I'm gonna eat something, I want to be able to wrap my mouth around it. And those are like... There's too much going on there. What do you mean? You ever tried to eat something that's too big to fit your mouth around? It's a terrible experience. What if they were in burrito form? Then I would just wish I had a burrito, because I like burritos more. Listen, I'm just speaking a truth. It's not fun eating foods that are too big for your mouth. That's just the truth. You want to be able to get a nice, clean mouthful. There you go, see? JP's got it. Yeah, and some people split the corners of their mouths really easily. What if the meat was the same? Isn't that just a double down, but like the Italian version, Striker? Can I put up a PF and trade in bulk? I could. I don't want to do that, though. I do not want to... Yeah, you ever have a burger at Fuddruckers? Those things are fucking stupid big for no reason. I'd buy my pistachios already shelled. Forgot that place existed. I ate there a grand total of 1 time as a kid. And I said never again. That was the place! Yeah, see? I knew it, JP. Where else are you gonna get a burger that makes you unhinge your jaw? You need to pop that motherfucker back into place. Oh, I actually need to buy bread today. Thanks for the reminder. I have 1 slice of bread left. I have an end piece left. You know what you do with end pieces? You don't actually use them as sandwich bread. You actually fold them in half and use them as a taco. Because they're disappointing as sandwich to use as sandwich bread. It's just not right. So fold them and make them into like a bread taco. Or you make croutons with them. Yeah, that's also a good idea. I just fold them in half and just like stick meat in there like it's a taco. I can't even be mad, Kill. You gotta enjoy how you gotta enjoy. Ain't nothing wrong with that. No, never feed it to the birds. They'll just keep coming back. Never feed the end. I fed ducks as a kid and I regret it as an adult. No, you just look like someone making it work, Kill. Oh, I can eat like a fucking dump truck. That's how, in fact, I eat exactly like a dump truck works. I just go. I eat exactly like that. Especially if it's meat. Eat like a dump truck. That's how dump trucks eat. They lift it up and then they do this. Oh, I got excited at a sale. It was just a fucking piece of leather. But if do not blend. If you're gonna blend a meatball sub, you just make it into meatballs again. Everyone, see, there's a reason why everyone who's ever seen at least an American dump truck understood that. Because you're like, yeah, that's how dump trucks work. And then when you eat like that, you get dumps like a truck. Truck, truck, truck. But it's meatballs with bread. I mean, if you're making a well put together meatball, you have breading in a meatball anyway. Man, can't imagine living that life, Quindo. Even out of necessity. Cisco reference. No, everybody knows Cisco. Not niche. It was fitting. Yeah, I saw that last. Oh, there's people who strictly live out of garbage can food. And I don't even mean homeless people. I mean like well means people who have money to do whatever. They just fight against waste. If she doesn't know the thong song, she's too young for you. The problem is TikTok is a hell of a way. Oh, that's pretty cool, Les. See, that's what I'm saying. Media in the current day helps keep things from 30 years ago relevant. Sure was, Flo. Knowing what a floppy drive is. That reminds me when I was young, I always used to tell everyone the joke. You know what the difference between your wife and a computer is? Your wife won't accept a 3.5-inch floppy. I just used to tell people that joke all the time when I was a kid. That's a joke that just does not work with the younger generation. To be like, what's a floppy? They're like, haha, floppy. That's funny. I don't actually get it though. Oh, a save button. Yes, one giant physical save button. Here it's reading dumpsters of fresh pasta. I just hear Gordon Ramsay going, look, look, look. To me, Ninja's still the guy who said, Square Enix, I'll give you $1 million to make Final Fantasy XI Classic, and they didn't even bat a fucking eyelid at him. They're like, like, what the fuck? We're just not even gonna respond to that. He streamed the private servers. Still does on occasion, from what I understand. Listen, I would like to have that. Sorry, I saw something that really made me laugh. Good morning, Flynn. I forgot what I was even going to say after seeing that. Steak good. Enjoy steak. Steak good. God, I have to be to bed so early on Saturday. Oh. And then early to bed on Monday. Oh, my schedule. 2 a.m. raid day. And then they want to do like a fun multiplayer game after we're done with raid on Sunday. And in my head, I'm like, I don't want to fucking do that. Not at that time of day. I'm like trying to take care of shit before Ultimate comes out. But it's it. We cut it too close. Probably just release day. And then we'll probably pick a more reasonable time after that. Not sure, though. We just don't want our start time moving every day. So whatever we... Like, we'll probably try to keep it, like... It'll probably be, like, 3 or 4 a.m. and then, like, 4 or 5 a.m. No, it's 4, 8, or 20 for the new Mario Party. The 20-player mode's a lot different from the 8-player and the 4-player mode, though. For Jamboree. Yeah. The 20 is a lot more like you're all trying to escape kind of mode. Like, you know, Bowser's after all of you. Like, yeah, there's still technically a winner, but still. Yo, so Dragon Quest III has outsold Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The numbers are in. It has sold 821,000. Okay, I'm going to give you one metric, and it tells you how many people have bought that game. In Japan alone, it has sold 821,000 physical copies. In Japan alone, it has sold 821,000 physical copies. Cracked. 641,000 of them on the Switch and 180,000 of them on PS5. #1 best-selling game in Japan for 2024. Biggest launch in Japan since Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Biggest launch for a Square Enix game in Japan since Dragon Quest XI. Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake. A lot of people really don't comprehend just how fucking popular Dragon Quest is in Japan. It's on a whole nother level. Didn't meet our sales expectation. They are very expensive games to develop. But Dragon Quest is like... So whereas Final Fantasy games have re-released like 1 billion fucking times, the old Dragon Quest games have not re-released that many times. Dragon Quest 3 has, but not that many times. No, 1 and 2 come out next year. Well, that's unfortunate. I never had any crashing issues, Quinto. And keep in mind, yeah, that those physical numbers would be higher, but shops don't have enough stock to keep selling it. So, like, just because that's how many copies with the shops all being sold out. Yeah, they fucking ran over Rebirth. Like, that's the thing. Those aren't all of the sale numbers, but those numbers speak volumes. No, Tom. Not even remotely similar. Yeah, it not being a PlayStation exclusive helps a lot. Because, to be very clear, if it were, the physical sale numbers would be much lower. Because the majority of the physical sales are on Switch. 3/4 of the physical sales, more than 3/4 are on Switch. But we're also talking about worldwide Rebirth sales versus Japan only Dragon Quest sales. Like Japan only, it ran over worldwide numbers for Rebirth. Switch is a huge factor. It is a very Switch-friendly game, and the Switch is a very Japan-friendly system. Among other things, Quindo. That's not the sole difference, but yeah, that's one of them. Imagine trying to play Rebirth on the Switch. Someone out there is going to make it happen. Yeah, it's just crazy. But we already know that Square is in the process of doing less exclusives. Like, they're about to leave their console, their platform exclusive era with their next like batch of major releases. Doesn't mean they'll be on absolutely everything, but it means we'll have pretty much all of their releases on almost every platform. So we're probably about to see an uptick in total sales numbers for a lot of Square properties. It's just natural, like, for that to be the result. As long as it's a good game, that is. Dragon Quest III was good. Bring out the Pocket Editions. Yeah, where's Rebirth Pocket Edition? They did it for 15, Smile. Easy. Hey, but it's an urban legend worth repeating. Because it does a very good job at explaining to people why Dragon Quest does as well as it does. Yeah, you have to remember that Dragon Quest, it is not wholly about Dragon Quest in itself. It is a Toriyama artwork-driven franchise.
It's huge!
It doesn't just sell on the virtue of it being like an old school nostalgic experience. It's a Toriyama. It's literally an entire franchise that features Toriyama's artwork on top of being a very popular classic JRPG.
Blank 13167 just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub, Blank. I love Prime. I like all subs. And keep in mind that subs will make the stream ad-free for Ultimate next week. Not a bad idea. For anyone on the fence. I mean, 16 did pretty well. It didn't sell in their upper range of expectation, and it didn't make enough to make up for all the projects that didn't do well, which there was a lot of. A lot. Having played some of them, a lot. What type of... I mean, Final Fantasy has that with Amano artwork, but Amano just does one artwork piece. It's not like an entire game done by Amano. Oh, I gotta swap my headset. Forgot to swap my battery this morning. Yeah, 16 was a game that would have benefited from an all-platform release. Big time. And I think, again, we will see that generation of Square coming soon. Hopefully that didn't make me a fucking chipmunk again. It hasn't happened in a while, but still. By the time it came out on PC, it was actually also up against a lot. The release window of the original game was so fucking well timed. There was like, it wasn't really competing against anything. It was kind of its own massive like pocket of marketing that didn't have much else to be concerned about. When, by the time PC came out, oh my god, it was up against the fucking ringer. Genuinely, like, people were not going to make the decision to play 16 over a lot of the other titles. But PC... Oh, you mean if it had been timed to launch with Rising Tides, yeah. Not like... Yeah, no, I was reading it the other way around. Yeah, like, I couldn't make the time to finish my PC playthrough because there's just too fucking much happening. Yeah, $50 for the launch was also a good idea. Although it's only 50, yeah. Say, Kyle got it. It's only 50 because with the DLC it's 70. Instead of it being 70 and then with the DLC is 90 or 100, like whatever it was for PlayStation. That's the main reason why it was priced that way. Yeah, I mean, but still, they shouldn't be. The point is that we're probably entering an era with Final Fantasy and Square as a whole, where we're about to see just a lot of cross-platform releases. I guess that's the key point at the end of it all. It's like the staggered release, I think, hurt the overall sales of 16. I think the numbers would have been a lot higher with a global multi-platform release when it first came out. We saw it with 15. 15, obviously 15 had a lot more kind of anticipation building into it. But, I mean, 15 sold, what, 6 million copies in 48 hours or some shit like that? The mistake they made with 15 was the old CEO wanted everything to be a fucking game as a service. No, we haven't been in that. 16 and 7 Rebirth are two major titles that were PlayStation exclusive. But even then, they've been leaving. I know Xbox isn't a big market in Japan, but it's not an imaginary market. And if you're already going to make a PC version, in my opinion, you might as well make an Xbox version. I know it's not exactly the same, but you might as well have a fucking Xbox version. We've also seen some titles hit like exclusively Switch and Steam and then leave out PlayStation and Xbox, or just PlayStation and Steam and leave out Switch. Like, we've just seen all of these like really weird like 2 platform releases as opposed to 3 or 4 platform releases. Like, look at Octopath. Octopath was like Switch exclusive, then it was on Steam, and then years later it was on PlayStation. Like, do you see how long that took? Compiling for Mac. Yeah, I'm not bringing up Mac. I got nothing to add there. Good old Macintosh. Yeah, they just like the platform release schedule for a lot of their games was very strange. Octopath being Switch exclusive doesn't hurt them nearly as much, obviously. Octopath 1 did incredibly well when it was Switch exclusive, and Octopath 2 didn't do as well, but was a dual platform release. But then they had to wait for Octopath 2 to hit the remaining platform. It's just that's what I'm saying we probably won't see as much of anymore. Is that like really weird, like multi-year stagger release? Versus hitting all of the markets at once. I don't think they chose it. I'm pretty sure they were given something by Nintendo. Nintendo said, hey, make us an RPG. And they went, sure. Pretty sure that's the Octopath was Nintendo being like, make it. And they're like, okay. Just like Final Fantasy VII was Sony being like, hey, make it. They're like, okay. Not to mention, Sony published games have been hurting themselves a lot lately, which may even be deterring people from countries who can buy games on PlayStation from buying as many games. Like, if I was living in one of the countries where, like, like Helldivers, God of War, Ragnarok, whatever, like, all the Sony published games are, like, now, like, unavailable in any country that can't make a PlayStation Network account. So even if I'm like somebody who, even if it's a game that does let you play it without having a PlayStation Network, I don't know. I'm, as a consumer in those countries, I might even be actively making the decision to not buy a game on that platform, or even if I like to just not utilize it. So if it only releases on that platform, it becomes a potential like consumer loss, even if they would otherwise be okay. I don't know how Super Mario RPG Remake did. I just assume all Mario games do well. It's my general assumption is all Mario games are successful, and I will believe nothing else. I feel like that's not a responsible outlook to have, but it is my outlook. I don't know what they're part of, but they did help with Mario and Luigi. Acquire were the developers for Mario and Luigi, the recent one. I can tell you that. Oh, it's almost map time. All right, I actually wanted to run some maps. I'm gonna do this node, use the restroom, and then I'm gonna head over to Dynamis. I'm gonna go to Golem specifically. Yeah, that's a big deal, John. Yeah, it's really strange because Nintendo's business practices are among the worst, but Sony is just doing things that actually affect the... Nintendo's decisions, essentially, you choose whether or not you want to buy into them, right? And I think the worst thing Nintendo's done as of late is the Pal World patent lawsuit. Because it's bullshit. It's absolute garbage, that fucking patent lawsuit. That's like the worst, because that's a huge problem. If the industry were to standardize stuff like suing over like game-related patents, honestly would be one of the worst fucking things for the industry for that to become more standard practice. So that's really fucking bad. Sony's got a completely different way of kind of tanking industry decisions. And it's really more hurting them than it is anyone else because everyone has alternatives nowadays. They don't have to. Like if they got to wait for something to leave PlayStation, people are willing to wait if it means they don't buy the hardware and they don't buy it through PlayStation Network. They're totally willing to do it. Regardless of why they did it, it doesn't make a difference. It shouldn't be something that's done. The reason for having and using a patent on a game mechanic, there is never a good reason to do that. On a game mechanic, on throwing of a ball at a creature in an open field. God, I had forgotten about that, Chris Motion. Yeah, it's just never a good idea. Of course, though, Nintendo doing that literally does nothing to dissuade, so at the end, it doesn't actually fucking matter. Probably. I mean, somebody's got some bad decisions that they've made. In terms of the patent stuff, there's always some bad decisions out there. Minigames and loading screens. Yeah, that shit's all dumb. Unless it was an actual Pokeball, in which case it would be a design patent. It would be copyright infringement. It wouldn't even be a patent. It would just be copyright infringement. Like if it was the red and white ball with the, or like, although then again, then Pokemon just makes a billion different colored balls and goes after every fucking type of colored ball there is that even closely resembles the same color as their balls. Excuse me, our balls are too similar. Going to court to compare balls. Oh, speaking of Wizards of the Coast, that's the classic with Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to call their spell cards magic cards. That's a classic one. Oh, hold on. Might have some more sales. Yeah, eventually you're gonna copy somebody else's balls. All right, I'm gonna. There's cunnings being sold. I'm gonna use the restroom, put up some more materia on the board, and then I'm going to golem to do treasure maps. So first come, first serve, and I'll go over the rules. But make sure you bring at least 2 maps, 3 ideally, because I have 3, so I'd like to do all 3 of them if possible. And then it's your map, your loot, and we do a round. We do one map for everyone before doing the second map for everyone. All right, I will pee right back, and then I'll get going on that. Ivy done followed me. Yes, I needed to have flight access in every zone. Anyway, yeah, to tie my thoughts up in a bow, it all began with saying that Square moving away from platform exclusivity is going to be a big, big boon for them. I think I dropped a few frames while I was in the restroom, by the way. Hopefully the stream didn't cut out. Bad weather in the Pacific Northwest, so it's going to happen. Being beholden to one platform for any sort of releases is just, it's clearly not a working business strategy for them. It hasn't been, and they're moving away from it. So that's good. I'm glad to see it. As much as I don't really care about buying exclusives, like it's not something I shy away from. I'm in a unique position where I can. If I don't, Ivy, hold on. Let me finish this first, and then you can get on my lap. Hi, Ivy. Just let me finish. All right, fine. Here. There you go. Just don't mess with the system. Good afternoon, Bal. Reminder, in about an hour and a half, I have a new video coming out on mobile stuff. Final Fantasy XIV mobile stuff. It's a sponsored video. Yeah, I've been keeping that Final Fantasy XIV mobile thing under wraps for a little while. What am I at? 480 mil? Technically, if both of my Unreal stuff sell, I'm at 500 mil. Plus the remaining materia I have. Okay, let me make sure I actually have my maps. Braxkin. And then I should have one. Hold on, I gotta sell I got competence materia selling. And Braxkin. Okay. Alright, I only had one competence materia sell, but I'll replace it real quick. To be fair, I feel like that's not even a them thing. It feels like that's almost everyone. That's why I've shied away from buying a lot of PC versions of games. Oh my god. I need to go do maps. Stop selling. Wait till I'm done. Anything else before I go? Hi. Hi. Cat. Hi. Hi. Look at her. Look at her. She's trying to escape. Pay your Ivy taxes, chat. Pay them. Pay the Ivy taxes. Hi. Yeah, okay, great example. Stalker 2 is a fucking shit show right now. Now, to be fair, they have a good excuse. And it's not even an excuse. They have a good reason. I'm not terribly upset about that. I don't think anyone really should be. Given that, last I checked, it was an active fucking war zone where it was being developed. Shocked they could even get a fucking game done. But it's just another example. Another game release that's like, on PC is just having issues. Like, that's been the industry standard. Unfortunately, with a lot of PC releases. Yeah, and it doesn't change that people have no regard for that whatsoever. Yeah, and then you got people on old hardware complaining. Like, the old hardware to new hardware difference is insane right now. In Super Saiyan. Alright, we're on Golem. I'll give everyone a couple of minutes to come to Golem before I actually finish making the PF. Ooh, interesting. So, another thing I've got going on, by the way, you might find interesting. So, I just got a shipping detail about a product that I'm going to be just doing some social coverage for. It's not really sponsored. It's more like a gifted product. So I'm not being paid to do it, but I'm being given something and just for free and I'm being asked. So the filibuster bracelets. I have an Immortal Flames one on the way. And apparently there's a giveaway where anyone who purchases a bracelet has a chance to win a box signed by Yoshi P. I have not entered said thing because I'm not going to, because it'd be really fucked up if I promoted it and then won it. But I'll be doing that. Yeah, they're pricey. They're nice, but they're pricey. How much are they? $240. Filibuster is definitely not on the cheaper side. Can I make a paper version? You can do whatever you want, realistically. You know what you should do, though? Maps. So, I'm on Golem on Dynamis. That's where we're going for the map parties, because Ether's not always open, especially not Gilgamesh. And we're doing Braxkin maps. So, I have a few set rules for my map parties. Number 1, BYOM. Bring your own maps. If you don't have maps, don't join the party. If you run out of maps and somebody else wants to join with maps, then we will likely invite the person who actually has maps instead of just allowing us to have less maps and for you to just be in the party. Bring at least 2. 3 would be ideal. Not everyone has 3. And even if you're, keep in mind, if you're a server transferring, you can carry 3. You use 1, you put 1 in your inventory, you put 1 in your saddlebag. Because you can't access your retainer, so that's the only way to have 3 on a traveled server. Use 1, inventory, saddlebag. So bring one, BYO map. I also do your map, your loot. You need on anything from your map, and you let everything else from every other map go to the side. Listen, I know it's easy to get jealous that somebody else gets good drops on their map and then you don't even get a portal, but it's just as bad when you have an amazing map and everyone else wins your shit. And you know what? I'd rather deal with situation A than situation B. At least in my opinion. So, your map, your loot. And finally, must have flying. If you don't have flying, don't join. If you don't have flying in all the zones, don't join. It aggravates the fuck out of me when people are like, can you chauffeur me across half of the zones? I was too lazy and the expansion's been out for 5 months and I just didn't bother because ha ha ha. Funny guy. No, go get your fucking flight. Stop being lazy. Anyway, password's 1227 on Golem. Join under said conditions. The only other rule I have is we don't do the second round of maps till the first round is done. We do also need at least 1 tank and 1 healer. We have a healer join. I can always tank if need be. I don't care. So don't worry. Just join and then we can always change jobs around. I usually tank for these anyway, like when we get to like the middle patches. So nobody else has to change. Oh, somebody. All right, Waka changed to Dark Knight. Okay, that's fine. And we have 2 Dark Knights. We can have 2. Doesn't matter. We just need at least 1 of each. All right. Ugh. Well, if you're new, then you couldn't have joined anyway because you probably wouldn't be on Dawn Trail. Because flying is literally explained to you through the Heavensward story. Which means you wouldn't have reached that far yet because it's level 100 content. But it's something at level 50. Oh yeah, so now just share your zones. Urko. So we have 2 in Urko, 1 in Heritage found. Is that where mine is? No, that's not where mine is. Okay. So now everyone shares their map, and we'll just go based on which zone has the most maps down to which zones have the least. So 2 in Urko, 1 in Heritage, Yak, and Shah. That's 5 maps. Urko, that's 3. Yeah, they explain it pretty succinctly. 2 in Yaktel, so 3 in Urko, 2 in Yaktel. If we get a 3rd in Yaktel, then we're going Urko first, just because it was open. Okay, so 3. Ah, Ivy, my balls! 3 Urko, 2 Yak. I mean, 2 Heritage. Sorry. 2 Yak, 1 Shah. And we'll go to your map first because you shared it first, Dante. Oh, enjoy your dentist appointment, Smile. I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. We'll be, State of the Realm will be an hour earlier tomorrow, as a reminder. And in less than 3 hours, we're also doing the Path of Exile co-stream. Ivy, get off of my balls! I thought you would keep moving. Don't get comfortable. They're her balls now. You know what, though? Isn't that what marriage is all about? And you know what? What is owning a cat but just unofficial marriage of another kind? Yeah. Nintendo's gonna come after her for trying to take possession of other balls. As long as they're not thrown into an open field, which, you know, if she can pull that off, I'll be very impressed. As soon as there's a tank and a healer, feel free to do your dig. Sure, what's up, Kill? Basically, owner need, everyone else greed. Yes, the owner needs your map, your loot. Everyone else can greed in case the owner doesn't want something, but, you know, rare that the owner doesn't want something. Oh, the person whose map it is the last person here. Funny guy. Violating the ball patent. Stop violating my balls. Damn, I thought those Bahamets were part of the map for a second. Motherfucker's just standing tall next to the trash. That'd be the most useful those things have been since they came out. Portal on the first one, let's go! Yes, PF is mostly bring your own map, but it's free for all. Yeah, most PFs do free for all because it's the random people. Like, you can't trust anyone anyway. So they just do free for all. So there's an agreed free for all. So there can't be any complaining. Like you might be able to be like on your own if like you don't win something, but like it's agreed upon, you know. So it makes the PF situation way simpler. And I totally understand it and respect it for that. I hate free for all maps, but why would I trust a map party to follow your map, your loot rule? I can't even trust them to cross a fucking bridge made of ice. Why would I trust them with that? It just doesn't, I feel it's irresponsible to trust a your map, your loot PF. Yeah, especially with the weapon coffers right now, like that's the big thing. The weapon coffers, I firmly believe someone would 100% say, oh, sorry, I didn't know. Okay, well, can you trade it to me? Sorry, gotta go. Oh, good, more craftsman cunning material. Like, I needed that. Or someone does their map and then leaves, or like gets loot, does their map and then leaves before even finishing everyone's map. Yeah, see, I would never trust it, Helms. I would just expect free-for-all. Or doesn't bring a map, yeah. Yay! We're free! Yeah, I mean, but that's... Sure, you can insta-blacklist, but they just walked away with however much gil, and they'll probably never see you again anyway. They already got what they wanted, so they don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if it was just like, if there was a map-specific rule where the person who used it got to decide what happened to the loot. Basically, like, it would change the party leader to whoever is actually in charge, like whoever's map it actually is, and then they can decide what to do. Yeah, but like Loot Master, but you would need to change who the leader is every time. Yeah, it just becomes, it would have to change the party leader if it was going to be Loot Master. And it would have to change it accurately to boot. Couldn't, if it changed to the wrong person, be like, I like how the person whose map it is always going to be late because they're always going to have the cutscene. Yeah, I mean, that would probably be easier. But even then, yeah, I would have a trust issue with that being developed properly. I'm going to get the llama first. Never mind, they're both dead. We got the double! Ooh, oh, there's no weapon coffer in there. Wow, there's nothing good in there. Might as well just fucking play. There's Nova clusters. I mean, yeah, fucking, that's an obvious one. Yeah, there's like nothing on the line here. It almost makes you not want to play it because there's nothing on the line. That's a 9. That card looks so weird. That's a 9, but it looks like, I imagine it as a 3. That's such a weird 9. That's a 3. Dude, think about the 432 ice clusters. The 540 ice clusters. This was a really easy one, too. Yeah, of course this is the Gamba that would go all the fucking way. Oh, the scam! The scam! Now it's gonna kick us out to boot. No, that wasn't greed. Their odds were in the majority. It was a 3 and it rolled a 1. Now it's gonna kick us out. Whenever you get an event, it almost always kicks you the fuck out. Yep. Whenever that actually is coded into these, when you get an event, your odds of being removed go up. Whether or not you're successful is irrelevant. That was only our first map. Where's the other? Mine's just south of here. No Dragon Quest today. All I have left is to grind and beat the optional boss. There's nothing left. Mine's south of here. Where's yours? Okay, let's do yours. Ours are all near each other. I was just going to say, if we have to go to the other side of the map, we should probably do mine next. Mine's not far, though. Yeah, the game is programmed to not... How do I put it? When you select a door, it then decides if the door is good or not. If it's not good, it then gives you chances to succeed. There's no way to like hack the game and figure out which door. That's specifically so people can't use third-party programs to determine the safe door in advance. So it literally can't have the decision. The only time it will make the decision beforehand is if you get a rainbow. Nowadays, if you get a rainbow, it doesn't even let you select the other door. Yeah, every action is a dice roll. Yeah, accurate. It's actually similar. The roulette wheel. The spinning animation is completely fucking pointless. Like everything about the spinning animation is actually a complete farce. There's just a set percentage of it to land on different ones. And even when it stops on one, it rolls the odds of that one you're on versus the next one it could go to. So like, let's say there's an 86%, like I'm making up the percentages here. Let's say there's an 80% chance that you're on a 1. You're on like the 1 gem. That there's an 80% chance of rolling that. But the next one is a 2 gem, which has a 15% chance. While you're on the 1, there's a 15% chance it will go to the next one. Then it looks at the next one and goes, okay, there's the 2 that I'm on, or I guess it's 3. It's 1, 3, or the big one is what it is. Yeah, so if you're on the 3, and let's say the 3 has an overall, the percentages are fucked, but I think the point stands. Let's say you have a 15% chance of getting one of those, and the next one is an Atomos, which has a 20% chance. It's going to roll that 20% chance to see if you go to the next one. Yeah, as soon as it lands in a spot, so it determines where it's going to stop based on percentage odds before, like, again, the spinning animation's irrelevant. All it's done is it's calculated your odds of landing on every individual section and then stopped you in a spot based on those odds and then rolls the odds against each other. It's very, very weird. That's why I always say it's way easier to get kicked out of the other map because of the way it handles the calculation. What will happen, though, is if you land on Atomos, it then rolls the odds for being saved. That's why it can land on Atomos and keep going. Because it's rolling the odds of getting an Atomos against something else. It hasn't decided that's the end spot yet, but it's rolling the odds again. That's also why you sometimes stop on Atomos and then go to the next one and then go to the next one after that, which is just another Atomos. It didn't decide that the second Atomos was what you were going to land on. It decided you were going to land on the Atomos, rolled the odds for the first respin, and then rolled the odds for the second respin. There's so much more probability that goes into that map, which is, again, why I swear your odds of succeeding are way lower. Whereas this one, it's genuinely, once you pick a door, there's a 50% chance that it's programmed to let you through, and there's a 50% chance it's not, but even on the one where it's not, it rolls chances to save you. So your odds of actually making it through are increased because there are less individual probability rolls that work against you. Yeah, the roll to save you is the Ramu roll. When you've done enough maps, you notice all of the program. Like, it's not even like hidden well. You just have to do enough maps to recognize it. Yeah, and honestly, it's actually a very, as someone who's, you know, I went to college and learned programming, C++, Java, you know, all that. It actually is a very logical way of programming things. Now, the other way to program it would be for it to determine your end spot, and then you'd have to backwards program the showcase, I suppose. Which is doable, but not as comfortable to do. But also sounds very Final Fantasy XIV, yeah. Like, if you told me that's how they design, I totally believe it. Just based on, you know, other stuff and how the game is made. So, the reason why Exile, it can't decide upon entering the portal is because then it would be trackable with third-party programs. Like in this, if it decided what doors were correct the moment you entered the portal and the illusion of decision was gone entirely, people would just use third-party programs and it would highlight the door. And also people would use third-party programs and then enter the roulette maps and know instantly what all their results, because it would all be programmed. So it would all be detectable by anyone who's using a proper hook into the game. And the way people overlay shit, they could totally figure it out. It could roll on the server and not communicate to the client. I don't have the faith that that would happen. Somebody would go out of their way to hack it and figure it out. And we would have a means of doing so. Yeah, it would also, yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into why that's just the smartest thing to do. It's not even just a, like, Final Fantasy XIV, like, jank thing. It genuinely is a logical way to solve the issue of doing a piece of content like this. Remember, your map, your loot. Map owner need, everyone else greed. Or pass, whichever. So yeah, it's just one of those things that as somebody who was in IT, I find it interesting, and it's always fun to have a brief discussion about it. We're saved! Even though at the end of the day, it just works. All right? It's a lecture. But it is a conversation because we're discussing like other ways they could do it, ways they can disguise it. And that's kind of just game design in a nutshell. It's it's needing to solve a problem and working out, like, I mean, that's just everything in life, but like specifically in context here, it's about how to get to the end result of what they're presenting us. And that's a discussion that's interesting because there are multiple ways to do it, some more logical, some less logical. And I always find that stuff interesting. I'm gonna assume 3 died because I didn't even see 3 go. I saw it in the mix, but I swear it died. Oh, did somebody kill 3? Oh, somebody killed 3 out of order. Somebody AoE'd 3 down. Yeah, you need to stop AoEing at all when those go out. Somebody killed 3 out of order just because they were AoEing the trash pack. Yeah, it spawned in the group. No, it died after 1, but before 2. All right, it's modern aesthetics and the walnut lumber. There actually is some stuff on the line here. Your map. Doesn't matter to me. It's all yours. Okay, it's a good start. No coffer, but still. I didn't even know how much doing the wave and Clara walnut lumber goes for. Oh, don't worry about the healer. It'll be fine. Yeah, so if you press high, you're betting that the next card is 3 or higher. So in this case, you would want to bet high because it's the number you have is low. That's how it works. Yeah. Now, if it shows a 1, you're fucked. So now that's a 7. So if you decide to keep going, if you decide you don't have... All right, there you go. We're going to get kicked out now, but that's fine. Oh, the walnut lumber is not even one of the expensive items, but the modern aesthetics are. That's a couple mil right now. It's the max. Do you mean what number can appear? It's 1 through 9. Easy final chamber. Let's fucking go. Is this weapon coffer time for you? No, there's no lower pop servers have nothing to do with anything. He's so beautiful. Oh, oh yeah, that's right. It's a wave. It did say it was a wave. This is just go right into the middle of the room. They were like, I heard you like top. Corduroy felt. Unfortunately, no coffer. But, good map all the same. Alright, we have one more in Heritage Found. Yeah, Corduroy Felt still sells well, but it's not the weapon coffer. Yeah, that's always a little weird, Kill. But I mean, it is what it is. Heritage Found, numero dos. Be funny if it was right here. It's not. Over the wall we go. Oh, you're gonna teleport. I'm going over the wall. No, it can drop on any floor. It's more likely to drop on the later floors, though. Yeah, like I said, these weapon coffers are gonna make maps valuable for a very long time. And the last floor always gives you something of value. Yes, and it can also show up in the high-low minigame.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos? Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos?
Dark Mindy just subscribed with Prime. Kendall's _OO just subscribed.
Wait. How did it just say your name? TK, thanks for the 33 months. Welcome back. Yo, we love resubs up in this house.
Chaos.
And we love chaos up in this house, baby. Welcome back. Thank you, Dark Manty.
Subscribed with Prime.
And thank you, Nia. Oh, hey, a scam train. Poro! Kamusta po? Thank you for the resub. We love a nice scam train in the morning. Especially, yo, we get the Gamba. We got Gamba on the maps. We got scam trains. Yo, it's just...
Time Blader just subscribed.
Time
I'm
Blader,
here
thanks
for
for the
the scam
39.
Chaos.
Damn right you're here for the scam train.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos.
Chaos?
Fools _Zaba just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub, Zaba. No, not a DQ casino. Did you hear what I said about it earlier? Were you here earlier when I was talking about DQ3 sales, Cursplosion? Might have missed it. 821,000 physical copies in Japan alone. And that's with it being sold out in most stores. That tracks. Yeah, biggest release of biggest physical release of 2024 in Japan, and biggest Switch release since Zelda, the last Zelda game. Yeah, they undershipped it big time in physical in Japan too. Yeah, definitely would have broken 1 million. Most of it on the Switch, about a fourth of it, a little bit less than a fourth, I think, on PS5. Dragon Quest do be popular. And this is more what we expect from our maps. That's more in line with what we've come to expect. Yaktel is next. Kind of expected that. True. Yes, thank you for all the resubs. Enjoy the emotes you'll get from the scam train. If you don't have them already. Most people have and get those really quick. All right, we'll do Paul's first, just because they... Oh, you're both in the same spot. Perfect. Never mind. Take us away. You're both in the exact same spot. Perfect. I love resubs. And now you'll all be ad-free for Ultimate next week. Yeah, I got leg day today. Assuming the rain doesn't keep me from going to the gym. It doesn't look like it's raining right now. It just looks like it's kind of overcast. But it's supposed to rain a bunch today. I might just lift over to the gym because I don't... With Ultimate around the corner, I don't want to miss any workouts pre-Ultimate. Listen, we still won't even get to 50. I don't even need to think about the 106. We won't even get to 50. As I've already proven. Not even a consideration we have to have. We were close. We were like a third there. Listen, it was a great month, but we were like a third there. I mean, the event's not for another 2 hours. Pickleos. A Pickaloo. I thought that was an S, not an E, because I'm stupid. Yeah, so I got 2 hours. Closer to the normal hype trains. Yeah, I mean, sure, relatively speaking, but in terms of actual progress value, not even fucking remotely close. It just takes too much. That's why I told everyone we will not hit that. I even said it. Co-streams for Path of Exile too, like it says. They have their stream today, I'm co-streaming it. Just deets. Oh, yeah, go get him now then. Fuck that. Do we know it's there? Just more detail. I think somebody said the early access cost was one of the things. And finally, Shaw. I know that's one of them, but I doubt. Oh, hey, mine's gonna be Shaw. So keep in mind, after we finish the last map, I'll collect all the locations again. And then we'll start in Shaloni, because that's where we're ending. And then we'll work down the rest of the list. Yeah, I love being sponsored to watch a Path of Exile stream. Because I've always wanted to play Path of Exile. Just the barrier for entry seems so fucking high. So PoE 2 being inundated as early as possible is probably the better thing. That's where it has my attention. Yeah, I just have a lot of hopes for it. A lot of people don't know how much time I spent in Diablo before I was a content creator. Especially, dude, I was selling mad shit in Diablo 3's Real Money Auction House. I was fucking pulling in bank. I was like, listen, this is not a good feature, but I'm gonna make some money off of it. One of my friends got a parking ticket when we went to go get Chinese food one day. And then he got a ring drop that night, and he didn't have a PayPal, so he asked me to sell it for him for real money. I sold it in like 20 minutes and paid him out, and he paid his car ticket the next day. Oh, it's in the fucking bush. All right, round 2. Shaw. We're gonna start in Shaw no matter what number of maps we have. Where is this map? No, that's not there. It has to be on like the south side, I think. Oh, it's here. It's actually right where we are. Perfect. So Shaw, Urka. It's really right where we were. 1, 2, 3. It looks like 3 Shaw. All right, so let's see. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like I need 2 more. 3 in Shaloni alone, though. So, wait. Why are we teleporting? I have my map right here. Come back. So it looks like I think we're still waiting on one more person too. Looks like 3 Shaw, 2 Koza. We have 4 Shaw. All right, 4 Shaw, 2 Koza, 2 Yak. It looks like. No, I'm sorry. One Urka. 1 Urko, 1 Yak. Starting with mine. No, Kinetic. No, I can't. God, yeah, it's supposed to rain all fucking day, dude. It's supposed to maybe have less chance of raining later. Ugh, I gotta make it to the gym now. Fingers crossed. Oh no, that would be a situation where you use an FC chest. 100%. That's where you invite someone to the FC, you deposit all the gil, they withdraw all the gil. Otherwise, that shit ain't happening. Bottle! Give me the bottle! Or yeah, use the mannequin. That's another way. Whoa! Yeah, you guys gotta... Yeah, you guys still almost killed. Woo! That was close again. All right, maybe Summoner's not the play, guys. Y'all almost fucking murdered. Maybe just don't blast AoEs out into the abyss. Maybe that's the rule now. Maybe we don't blast AoEs onto the mobs at all. Maybe we just throw out the basics. I said. There we go. Yeah, I also just stopped pressing buttons altogether. As soon as I see the text on the screen, I just stop pressing buttons. Completely. Alpaca! Now you can Bahamut the alpaca! Kill! No, I run map owner need. Hey, I said... That's not what I said. Damn it. Oh, hey. That's right. I don't get the sound effects. So my map sound effects have been broken ever since Endwalker. They just don't work. Without me changing anything, I lost all the sound effects, and I've tried repairing the game files, and they're still not there, so... I can't actually listen to it properly. That it's way higher than 7 Rebirth for Explosion. Oh yeah, well it was never gonna matter over just playing a good game. As expected. It's garbage, so yeah, let's just play. Yeah, there's nothing of value here. Try luck. Ugh, I don't care. It's garbage anyway. Even if it fails, even with the bad odds, I don't care. There you go, see? Fuck me in the ass. Now we're gonna get kicked out. 4 is one of the worst numbers, too. I would normally be very upset with a 4 to start. There was nothing of value there anyway. Now, but no, like I said, when you get an event, your odds of being kicked out go up considerably. 4, 5, and 6 are all terrible, yeah. Yep, there it goes. Like I said, every time you get an event, your odds of being kicked out go up. That's part of how it's programmed. Regardless of success or not. Okay. We have 3 others in Shaoloni. I don't know if any of the other ones were here or not. I saw people linking the positions, but I didn't actually click any of them to see where they were. Well, I clicked one of them to see where it was. All right, we'll just do them in order then, because Paul was the first one to share. His is way up there. Oh boy. Don't worry. I already accidentally discovered I was sitting on 20 million gil worth of materia today anyway, so trust me, I'm not hurting. I like my gil right now too. 464 467 677. That sounds like a late night phone number that you would call to like buy a scam. Call 464 467 677. Are you sure this is where your map was? I don't know where the map locations are, so I'm no one to say. We're pretty far from the flag. I wish I could dig for you. I mean, this little thing right here, or the pathway visible, should be what tells you. Hopefully that's not the only. It's a yeah, it's more south. That's what I thought. I was like, isn't this one like over here more? Not further north? If there is one. Generally, if you're, depends on whatever landmark you're using that it'll be closest to. There's a spot. Okay, yeah. So it's either further south or further east. Then just go over here. Yeah, I don't have the website open. Also, dig animation doesn't even involve digging. There's a website for that because some people are really bad. I mean, look at what we're doing right now. This is exactly what the website is for, so this doesn't happen. Omega, thanks for the 69 months. Although I swear you shared 69 months before.
Omegax369 just subscribed.
Thank you for supporting the stream. I'm trying to pull it up on Teamcraft right now. I don't know. I've never used Teamcraft, so... I actually have no idea where it even is. Thank you for the 69 months. Where are the... Oh, helpers. It's probably here. Under helpers. Treasure finder. There it is. Pick a map. Shaloni. Braxton. I don't see a... Oh, yeah. It's like way out here. Let's see. It says it's right here. The site layout tricked you. What do you mean the site layout? Oh, you were just literally in the wrong map spot. I don't even understand how the site layout tricked you. I mean, that is a map location, but you have to compare your map to their maps. I don't even understand how that works. Thanksgiving? What's that? Sounds like some sort of made-up holiday. I haven't done Thanksgiving in years. Last time I did Thanksgiving was when Mel asked me to cook for her family. And that's like it. Every holiday is made up. You shut your fucking mouth. All right, next map. We have 2 more Shaloni maps. One of you just okay, there we go. I was gonna say, somebody reshare it. Yeah, I can't eat a bunch of food that day though, because I need to not. Wow. It's just that simple. I need to be functional. We are taking a short, like, Thanksgiving break at some point that day, so people can just spend, like, an hour with their family, but that's about it. Well, I mean, I do need to eat, just not that much. Yeah, it's going to mean an hour of walking for me. I'm going to be losing calories during that time. I did an hour of walking yesterday while grinding in Dragon Quest III. For the fucking achievements. A portal! Yes, my futures were rewritten. Though to be fair, my future would have been the same. I wouldn't have been doing anything for Thanksgiving anyway. Am I gonna call that day? I mean, I haven't called the last several Thanksgivings, so I doubt it. You don't understand. I don't have like a very active relationship with my family. When I lived in New Jersey, I may out of convenience have gone to several things, but like I've never been close to the majority of my family. They're not my kinds of people to hang out with for extended periods of time. And apparently this map is also not my friend to spend extended periods of time on. Friends Thanksgiving? All my friends also live out east. I do not live around any friends. One of the reasons I want to move back to LA. I don't live around plenty of them. We have one. Oh, it's right here. All right, cool. Yeah, but it's not in the cards to move back to LA. Because my lease is up, and I'm going to have to sign it for 12 months. What about Christmas? What about it? Christmas has never meant anything to me. It's just, it's hey, your birthday is 2 days after this, so I guess we'll just do both of those at once. Yeah, happy birthday. I got a Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday. Granted, I always use that to try to get more expensive gifts as a kid. Like, well, if we're just gonna combine the holidays, then you should just, you know, combine the gifts and get me something, I don't know, like a PlayStation, you know. That's it. Yeah, other than Mel, nobody's gotten a Christmas gift from me in God knows how fucking long. Don't exchanges with anyone. Probably not, Void. No reason to expect one. Maybe in the mobile version. Mobile version has fucking Stardiver, it looks like, at level 50, so... Based on the teaser. No, I don't want Joel. I'm eating fish for lunch today. Actually, for dinner tonight. Joel's dinner. I'm having 2 slices, two fillets of Joel. That is the only thing Joel is good for, is food. Nope. All Joel is good for is food. Joel's not good for anything else. He had it coming. He deserves it. Wrong, Joel. Find a way to bring me... No, don't get me anything. Listen, other than if someone wants to gift subs or something, that's fine. Don't get me gifts. I don't want actual gifts. I'm trying to get rid... I want to get rid of shit around my apartment. I don't want more shit. I actually need to buy supplies for Ivy today. I think she has enough litter, perhaps, but at the very least I need to pick up new food for her. Almost out. Another reason why I want to go to the gym, another reason I don't want it to be raining. I got chores to do before Tuesday, man. Oh, I don't want to add... Listen. The throne page made sense when I needed stuff because I was moving. I don't like really using it. Like, I've thought about it on occasion after that, but it's like, I don't really like using it much after that. Well, I mean, I buy coffee from my local shop. Good morning, Crow. I support a local business. I just want to make content and have money in my bank account. Until I get through a tax season after everything with my mother that happened, where I'm like nothing of value. Where I'm like sure that everything is on the fucking up and up, which is hopefully like this year, but I don't know. I won't know until my CPA gets back to me. That's the only thing I want. Listen, it happened to me too. I mean, we had one map go to the final chamber. That the game awards are useless anyway, but that DLC probably shouldn't be up for Game of the Year. When you could just make it its own separate category. I don't really care that much, but like I wouldn't opt into that. Buy you the gifts of meat and food. No, it's just... I just prefer even when I was young, I just preferred the dollar. Instead of getting, like, unless, of course, I could get the big physical thing I wanted from my parents. That's another story. What I want is to be free from years of financial oppression from paying for somebody else's livelihood. That's what I want. I literally want nothing else, and if I get that this year, then that's my win. Oh, I mean, I'll watch. I'm not gonna not watch, but yeah, it's probably not the smartest decision. And yes, I'm calling it financial oppression. Because all the plans I had got basically put on hold for 6 fucking years. I mean, I don't think Rebirth is a shoo-in to win anyway. I don't know why anyone would think that. Like, even the people who want it to win, like, it should be able to look at the other things and just... Generally, you pick out one thing you think shouldn't win, and that's the thing you look for. Remember, your map, your loot. There we go. Yeah, I watch for the announcements more than anything else anyway. If I see something I want to see win, cool. If not, I forget, like, the next day. Yeah, I literally forget within, like, 24 hours anyway. Nope, no 5th floor. Damn, we almost had a second one for the day. And that, so we have one more, I think? We have one in... Oh, no, wait. This is just Shaloni, isn't it? We just finished Shaloni. We still have 4 of our maps left. We have 2 in Kozama-uka. Kozama-uka next. Yeah, that's exactly. I like it, Andy. Good morning, Eyeball. Bro, there's literally so much hubbub about everything nowadays that, like, I don't like to get overly invested. I can get, like, you know, animated about a topic, but I don't like to get overly invested in the ideas of, like, throwing a lot of energy into stuff that does not in some way make my day better. I think that anything above low effort is high effort, Trance. I'm as ready for next week as I'll ever be. I wish we were already there. I wish it was this week. As soon as it takes anything more than completing a quest, and like, how do I put it? I don't consider some of the high effort stuff high effort, so I consider anything above low or no effort to be high effort. Well, that makes Kozama-uka very easy. As soon as anyone has to spend any amount of time doing anything, the question of effort comes into play. So at that point, I'm just like, a lot of this stuff can be done pretty quickly. It's only stupid stuff like high time. But even then, it depends on what's considered a high time investment. Because, like, a lot of this stuff doesn't seem high to me because I played Final Fantasy fucking 11, where I went fucking 6 years or whatever it was without getting my Sorcerer's Pitassos. Urko is next. That's what I mean. Like, it takes 40 to 50 hours, in theory, to get, like, the mount token mounts, like the barrel tender or the squirrel. Or you could just farm Gil and buy it. Oh! You can't, guys, you can't leave till the loot's done. Guys, you can't. We got to reform now. You got, yeah, I forgot to pass too, but you can't leave until the loot is done. I'll make the PF again. It's fine. I'll just make the PF again. Just rejoin. Yeah, you can't leave. Tsurugi got the loot. I see that. Rejoin it. No, I know. That's why I left this. No, guys, I know. I'm saying that, but 2 people left because they teleported out. They got kicked from the party because they teleported out before the loot was done. Now they need to rejoin the party. All right, rejoin, Dante. I put up the PF again. There we go. All right. Now, where are we going? In Urko? I didn't even see the flag. Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. I got it. Unfortunately, there was a gotcha spam for some reason in chat, so I had to scroll up to grab it again. Oh my god. Shut up! Stop calling! Thank you. Goddamn Skype telemarketers. That's an old sound. It's only 10 years ago. Skype was still relevant when I started making content. Thanks for the bits. Yeah, I have a dial-up sound if you want an old sound. If somebody wants to throw bits at that, you know, that's an old sound. Hello, Mr. Ulan of Fortune. Listen, I have plenty of sound effects of all kinds. Whether they be from outright cheering or from the soundboard. Thank you. I wish I had a 56k brain. That's a lot of brains. I only have 1 right now. And that's even questionable. Alright, Yaktel is next. And then I have a 3rd map. I don't know if everyone else has a 3rd map. Hey, in 8 minutes, my video is going to be out. Where's the dick spam? Is that when you take spam out of the can and make a dick with it? I'm going to guess it's in Shaloni. In the same spot. They're the one who asked where the dick spam was. Dicks! See? Dicks. It's a loud dicks. Oh, it's in the spot you thought you had last. Well, I mean, I guess technically right. It is in Shaloni. Bow, bow, bow. No, dicks. Chat wants dicks. They just hadn't taken the teleport yet. As soon as there's a tank and a healer, you can just, yeah, we're good. I remember, Dick. My favorite way to end any show is still Jimmy Neutron. Hi, I'm Paul. Chat bubbles are not in yet. We don't know what patch they'll be in. Granted, you would have never seen them on this stream anyway, so I guess one would have to ask. Hey, Dauntless is finally releasing on Steam with their new update. Like 8 billion years too late. Yeah, because they're doing an updated version of Dauntless, like a new release. I love Dauntless from back in the day, man. I haven't played it in so long, though. No, I fucking hate chat bubbles. The shit's obnoxious. Yeah, it's just visual clutter. I would especially not have them on in content like this. But even in towns? Ugh. God. How about nail? Exactly. That's why we hate it. Good luck, Boosh. All right, so does anyone here have a round 3? I mean, you go check the market boards if you don't, but like they're probably pretty expensive. Is the problem. Yeah, I play Dauntless. I mean, I have my original partner flare. Well, hold on. Before we start taking positions, does everyone here have a third map? I did say 3 would be ideal, but that I'd understand if somebody only brought 2. Thus far, I'm seeing... Okay, so we did have somebody drop. That's fine. I just want to make sure, because it is... we looks like... We do have... At least 5 of us have it. I'm going to assume everyone still in the party has it, which would be 6. Because I have 1 and I see 4 posted. No, I'm not touching Pokemon TCG. No, I haven't seen a single weapon chest yet. All right, so if anyone would like to, before we go off on this round, this is going to be the last round no matter what, so it's only a single round. We have 6 people in the party. I'll give this a couple of minutes at most. But we're on Golem on Dynamis, and we're doing a map party. Only need 1 map. This is our last round, and I'm just seeing if anyone needs to fill in. Bring your own map, your loot, and must have flying. That's it. On Golem on Dynamis. So, password's 1227. Let's go. As for my map, it is Inherited Found. All right, so we have another in Shaloni. We have none in Yaktel yet. So, looks like, I see Kozama, Shah, Heritage, Urko, Shah. So we would be going... Looks like Kozama, Shah, Heritage, Urko. And I'll give it, like I said, if anyone else wants to join Passwords 1227 for just one round of maps. And don't forget, I have a video on Final Fantasy XIV Mobile going live in a minute. Oh, I should probably tweet that video out. Alright, let's see. Well, I mean, I didn't say we were going yet, but, I mean, now everyone's gone, so I guess... That's gonna be it. I hadn't said we were going yet. I don't know why everyone just said, "Oh, I'm gonna teleport." When we were waiting to see if we got an 8th person. You were kidnapped? You said yes to the teleport. Then again, you know, if you were a small child and somebody offered you candy and you said yes, that would still be a kidnapping. So you know what? Fair. Well, the point is, if the 8th person joined and they were in Yaktel, we would have done theirs first. Because we were already in Yaktel. But now we're just going to cut out the 8th person. We'll just do it with 7. Well, I mean, we're going now. If Halloween's taught me anything, it's don't eat an apple given to you by a small child because it probably has razor blades in the apple. Some of you will understand that reference. Some of you will not. Proud of you who do. In case you don't know, I'll give you a hint. Little shithead doll. Alright, we have a second one in Kozama Uka. Oh, actually, I should have taken that. Sorry, my video went live for the 14 mobile thing, so I wanted to do a video. Let's see. I need to check this. I'm also gonna do this. Hey, a portal! Gonna add that. to the list. Sorry, I'm in content creator brain right now. Oh, hey, what's up, you little fuckers? Oh my god, 2 almost got obliterated again. Luckily, there weren't as many mobs this time. Because they spawned, like, immediately. Man, we haven't seen a single coffer yet either. Not in both the days I've done map parties. Those things are going to be staying expensive, man. No problem, Queenie. You have a good one. Where is the file for this? Oh, that's where. And now we're on to Shaloni. The Shaloni people are next. And looks like we have one in that spot. And we have one right next to the Aetherite. We should probably do that one first. Should probably do Rogan's first. Hello? Take us away. Rogan's is right next to the Aetherite. Probably just do theirs first. I looked at both. Yeah, sorry, I had to divert my attention slightly in order to get my sponsored video out and about. And don't forget, in a little bit over an hour is also the PoE 2 stream, which I'm also sponsored to watch, which is exciting. Raviel, thank you for the 68 months.
Rivial Prime just subscribed. Going to be a nice Christmas reset.
It's gonna be a nice Christmas chaotic. You'll be just in time next month. You could just save it for chaotic day, if anything. Thank you for the 68 months. I got the regular bombs have gotten into the mix. These aren't even the mobs for the thing. There just happens to be cerulean bombs near here. Ooh, a portal. A portal appears. Oh, thank you for the 68 months. Now everyone, watch the 14 mobile video. Do it. One door. Technically, letting you in the portal is letting you in a door. So There's no hinges on that door, but it is still a door. It is an entryway of some form. Maybe he'll just get a weapon coffer from the first round and get kicked out. Okay, well that didn't happen, unfortunately. We also haven't seen a guaranteed door yet today. Look, see a door. Now you got 2 whole doors. Let me in! Oh, oops. Nope, haven't seen a single weapon coffer. They gonna stay expensive, which means maps are gonna stay popping. Excuse me. Why aren't you following my plan of getting a coffer and getting kicked out immediately? Trust. Okay. The good news is you did get 1 door. You got exactly the thing you wished for. You should have wished for more doors. The problem was you only wished for 1. Gotta wish for all of them. Alright, and then it's Paul's, which is in the spot they thought it was in, which fortunately I don't need a flag to remember where that was. Kicked out immediately, wicked. Except that there's no gotcha sunset. So that wouldn't happen. /J /S. I guess it's not Reddit, so all the slashes fall to the wayside. Doesn't that true? I'm doing good Fargan. Crossovers? No. Like, honestly, if you're going to get any collaborations on the mobile version, they're going to be exclusive to the mobile version. Alright, loot first. And then heritage found. Is that where mine is? Yo, I need to, like, update the fucking software on this shit. Just making sure, because it doesn't look entirely like it. If you know where yours is, go ahead and take us away. 3 maps, and all I got was this rock. Ah, here it is. I'm not the only person who had one. I'm surprised they waited for me. I sincerely doubt that. They're literally like not. It's not even run by Square. They're not the developers. Oh, we both have it in the same spot. Sweet. Luminous. You mean light speed? Luminous doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, no, there's no chance. Well, I'm telling you, it's light speed. Alright, your turn. That is correct. Yeah, I don't think they would have been jumping the gun to work with Nexon again after what never happened with Final Fantasy XI Mobile. Don't think that would be high on their prio list. Oh, please let the rain stay so. I might actually bring a change of clothes to the gym just because of the rain. Sobbing. Are you really? I don't know. I still feel like 11 Mobile wouldn't have been that much like 11, and all the 11 players would have complained. That was the general sentiment. Like, it was like, oh, well, I'm curious about this, but also well, this is going to be an unmitigated disaster. Well, there's a bomb cyclone in the northwest. Pacific Northwest. So there's a lot of rain right now. On and off, but still. Dragon Quest X offline has been perfectly fine, but it's also Japan only. You praying to the door before you open it? There you go. What, for 11 at some point? Maybe. Wait, no, we already know there's no gacha for 14 Mobile. Like, I'm pretty sure they're not going to do another property. They didn't. No. They didn't say no micros. They said no gacha. There's you don't have a free game that doesn't have micros. That doesn't happen. Even our main game here technically has micros. They're just less egregious. Well, no, we're not talking about Grandmasters Gaming. We're talking about 11 Mobile. I did the loot. It was me. It was me before, but it's not me now. I was too busy talking about 14 mobile. Yeah, they can run a whole game off Fantasia sales alone, to be honest. Honestly, they could just sell housing items. Because everyone's going to have a house in 14 mobile. Finally, our time is now. Dude, I can't wait to World Race Cobb on mobile. Looking forward to it. Oh yeah, we're gonna stream mobile Cobb. I actually need to get an updated device, I think, for that. My streaming tablet is pretty strong, but I'm mildly worried only because I don't know, just I don't know what to expect from it in terms of like hardware requirement. It might even be better for me to not use a tablet. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it actually depends. If there's mobile controller support, then the tablet is fine. Because you know what I'll do? I'll get one of those stands for the tablet, and I'll put it right here when I want to play. Oh, there's a coffer, and there's a gambler! Uh-oh. How are you feeling about your luck? There is a gamble with a coffer, and you have to make the decision without seeing the card. I will not tell you what to do with your millions and millions of gil. Sarathi, thanks for the 37 months. Uh-oh. This is on you. It's on you. I'm not gonna convince you one way or the other. It doesn't matter to me. You're flipping a coin to make the decision? Okay. 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 How are we gonna know? You can just lie about the coin. Oh, that's so bad! No! Why did it have to be a 4? I can't look. I can't look. How's it not over yet? God damn. God damn. Now, think about this very carefully. 7 is not the worst, but it's not good. That's not a 6, that's a 7. There's the tree in the middle. Not my decision. 7's better than 4, but it's, you know, listen, I've been fucked. Oh god, I can't watch. They're going for it. They're going for it. The 9. The 9. 7s are on your side odds-wise, but the fucking 9. Just to get kicked out before the 5th floor. What do you mean? They did go lower. That was the problem. They went lower. And it was a 9. Well, those are the first coffers I've seen, at least. Okay, we did get the final floor though. It's not all lost. Maybe they get another one right here. This is the comeback right here. This is the now they get the run back and they get another coffer right here. The pity coffer. Can you even get high-low on the last? I don't think I've ever seen a high-low on the 5th floor. Seen it twice? I've never seen it. Damn, dude. So, alright, here comes the pity coffer. That's not a pity coffer. Unfortunately, not a pity coffer. And then we have one in Urkelpacha. That's still
Chaos.
something.
Chaos.
But easy, thanks for the 19 months.
Chaos. Chaos.
Va Easy just subscribed with Prime. Yo yo yo.
Damn. It's not 2 or 3 coffers, however. Oh my god. Urkelpacha's the last one. So. Yeah, if they had won that round with a 1, and oh man, that would have been something. It wasn't, yeah, the odds of successfully like making it out of that gamba were in the person's favor, but reality wasn't in the person's favor. And reality is, you know what? Pretty important most of the time. Thank you again for the 19 months, Vahizi. I know, and I posted a video about it, Bariqua. Which I've been saying all morning. I had a video coming out today. And when it went live, I said that I posted it. A lot of that Q&A is fluff, so I really just focused on the main pieces. There's a lot of like, oh, you know, why we want to do more. Like, there's all that, you know. That's like, okay, well, you mean, doesn't really need that explained. And that's a wrap for map parties today. We had a couple of final floors and some hearts broken. Hey, I want you to know. I want you to know something, and this is important. You may have failed the Gamba, but you've given me a YouTube clip. So, in some capacity, we were successful. Why is it rare? So that it's valuable. Will they get royalties? No, because it was my stream. Alright, good party. I'm gonna go hang out on Ether for like half an hour. And then PoE 2. PoE 2 stream at noon. I'll pay you in exposure. They didn't choke. It's losing gambling isn't choking. Yep, exactly 1 hour until the PoE 2 stream. Return to Homeworld. It's an act of God. All right. All right, there we go. Oh. Wait, what the hell? Oh, from when my stream cut out earlier. Right. Oopsie, with the tiny F. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed video. Yeah, there was tiny F earlier today because bad weather here in the Northwest. Wait, do you mean you would make them two different things? Like, versus the same, like them always being paired together? Because you can change. Okay, that's what I was going to say, because, you know, obviously I just had the other bit working. Alright, what sold while I was gone? Some competence, some command. My commands didn't
Which
sell.
part of this thing is the butt?
Oh, it's all butt. All right, let's actually copy that price and adjust these because I just care about getting them sold. Those jumped up earlier today anyway. That's fine. Two can play at that game. Oh, hold on. I have to do something after this. Real quick. Why doesn't it let me highlight from like right to left? Why is it doing that? It's so weird. All right, all that is adjusted. I'm just gonna keep putting this up at 4496. I'll still set it up for this. I'm not gonna worry about the undercut that much. All right, perfect. All right, let me get on my crafting and gathering. Sorry, I'm still doing something on the side that just popped up. Mining. Well, actually, I don't even know if that's where I need to go. Let's see. Where is... It should be a... I think right now it's in Shezwani, and then after that it will be in Laynode Arrow. No, it's not the same. No, it's literally a Realm Reborn. I mean, it even shows... It's even showing a Realm Reborn in the trailer. Yeah. Titan's not part of 1.0. In fact, the only cutscene with Titan was never actually released in 1.0. There is a cutscene in the game files with Titan, and it was never actually released. It was only found because of data miners. Fun little historic tidbit. Yeah, it's really more like a slideshow, I guess, but you know. Sorry, I just have to take care of something real quick. Yep. They were like, this isn't very timely. And let me tell you, they were right. Oh, God. Always when I'm not next to the NPC. Documentary. No, you got to think of the No Clip documentary. That's the one. That's the good one. See, me, I don't even think of documentaries. I was there! There's no better documentary than the one you lived through. And by no better, I mean no more scarring. How good was that documentary? Do you mean how accurate was the no-clip one? Listen, they're talking about it largely from a developer aspect. I can tell you from a player aspect. They're correct. They were correct. It was bad. Oh, no, I wasn't logged in when the moon fell. I wasn't dealing with all that. I was like, just tell me when it's good. I logged in and got murdered in, well, duh. That I did, which was, we had that as one of our events. That's something everyone here may have experienced if they played The Rising. Although in my version, I checked under my bed for relic weapons. Both a trophy and for the barrel tender mount. It's the same number of mount tokens. They just added another mount for another 100 tokens. Literally, I finished it the day before patch, and then they were like, here's another. Want my golden llama. Yeah, I'm very, very interested in seeing. But yeah, I have to decide. I guess it's gonna, what I'll probably try to do is I'll probably get a tablet stand and hope that it has mobile controller support. That's honestly my biggest question, because I want to use a controller. I'm done all right, Shining. All right. Because no ninja. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you don't even know how any of the jobs are going to play yet. For all you know, you could really like something else. Well, okay, that's fine if iPad does, but I need the game to have it. iPad, A, I don't use an iPad. But, and B, because streaming from iPads sucks. To be fair, streaming from tablets suck too. At least doing it in like a really clean way. But I have a setup for it already, so if my current tablet works, that would be great. I don't use it for anything, it just sits there. I would just need to get a tablet stand. And I actually do need... Oh, wait a minute, though. Oh, yeah, it's Bluetooth. Yeah, as long as I have a Bluetooth controller. Because I just realized I wouldn't be able to plug in to the iPad with a controller, which is fine. I mean, almost all mobile controllers are Bluetooth. I just need to keep the charger somewhere nearby. That's true. I could get the Nimbus. See, I don't know about if I would want to get the control. No, because yeah, the thing that hooks onto it and makes it playable, I don't think the outlet port can access it still. But I don't use an iPhone, and I don't know what the usability is like on Android for that. The other option, of course, is just going straight BlueStacks, but you know. BlueStacks, I've had really bad experiences with all mobile emulators historically. Also, then I need, well, okay, here's the thing. If it does work on BlueStacks and it has official controller support, then that solves all the problems. Because odds are I could just use it on BlueStacks. But yeah, Square Enix has a habit of trying to like make emulators more difficult to use. And there's a really, really good... There's a Google Play Store one. As well, isn't there? There's like a really, really easy to use Google Play Store like PC app that acts as an emulator, basically. I forget what it's called. Because that's what I would be using. I'd be using Android because that's the device that I use primarily. My devices are all Android, Google devices. Google Play requires Windows 11. That's fine. I'm going to have to update to Windows 11 anyway in the next year. No, BlueStacks isn't the Google Play. BlueStacks is an emulator. No, there's like an official, I believe, Google one that works for playing phone apps on your PC. Although I think the programs need to actually allow it is the big thing. No, I just said BlueStacks like 5 minutes ago. No, there's another one. Yeah, I don't think something like that would be supported. They'd have to go out of their way to do that. And quite frankly, I don't think that's going to happen. There is no gotcha. We've known that. There is no gotcha. Mm-hmm. No, probably just Battle Pass. If I had to guess, Battle Pass and the Mog Station. And a Mog Station equivalent, I should say. Yeah, they're probably just going to Battle Pass it. I assume. Makes the most sense. Bow, bow, bow. In about 12 minutes, by the way, I'm probably going to hop over to the PoE section of the stream. They already have their stream starting soon screen open. Just like in the global game. We should know soon because the beta should be out in, like, China probably in the next month. I know I probably won't be able to get access to it. But, because it's in China, the odds of that are nothing. If Arthur's ends up getting any footage for it, I'll probably reach out to him. And just, I mean, to be fair, if he posts anything on it, I can easily just react to it. I mean, a battle pass is effectively a subscription model. So that it just makes the most sense. Because almost anyone who's really dedicated to your game is buying every battle pass. If they're buying nothing else, that's what they're doing. So it acts as a pseudo subscription, which just makes sense. So I just, to me, nothing. I even mentioned it in the video I put out. I was like, that just, honestly, I just don't see why that wouldn't be the route that they take. Bro, I can tell you right now, if they put like a PvE battle pass in the base game, just like not like one like the series one that's not tied to monetization, and all it rewarded was crafting crystals, that shit would be cleaned out every season. It's not very hard to figure out some things to put in there. I mean, I don't wish they'd put one. I'm just saying that, like, if they threw, like, a PvE one and then threw some, like, the same thing as the series. They throw some glam behind it and then have it give a shit ton of, like, crafting crystals and shit, like, just a few other things, that people would fucking do it. They wouldn't even hesitate. But that's what I imagine for 14 Mobile. I imagine Battle Pass and a Mog Station equivalent. Literally, I don't know why anyone would not expect a Mog Station equivalent when we literally, I mean, the main subscription game has a fucking online store that sells cosmetics. No one in any capacity should be even shocked at the thought of it. It shouldn't even be a question. Does that mean it's necessarily a good practice? No, I don't think it is. But if it's there and they can just emulate it a second time, then why wouldn't they? The Fantasia store. Yeah, if you haven't seen the video yet, I even say, bro, I saw Mobile 14 and I was ready to have my gotcha rates on my relic weapons. I was ready for it. I mean, I would expect they're probably working in reverse, Rithian. I'd expect it to go the other way around. But it needs to be good. At the end of the day, it needs to be good. So I'm very curious to see how it'll go. Listen, no matter what, I've been saying this, as soon as I got the email for it, it's so funny because the email I got did not say 14 Mobile when I initially was like trying to figure out what it was. I got like an email that from a company I've worked with before, mind you, that was like, we have a project coming up. We can't tell you what it is, but we think it's something that you've already made content on in the past, and we think you'll like it. And I was like, content I've made in the past. So it's not 14, obviously. I've made like random RPGs. Like, I don't know, I've done like a bunch of like little coverages of different things, like Devil May Cry, Blade and Soul. Like, I don't know, maybe it's one of those. So I was like, okay, sure. And then like a week later, they told me what it was. And I was just like, oh yeah. I forgot they were, because we heard about 14 Mobile months ago. It was just literally like the footnote in a much bigger interview where they mentioned that they would be doing it. I even brought it up on State of the Realm. Somebody did prove to me that I did that. I was like, I swear I brought it up in videos before. And then someone's like, yes, you brought it up in this video and in this State of the Realm. And I was like, fucking knew it. I just couldn't, like, I didn't headline any of my videos with it. I just, like, brought it up as, like, a passing comment. But my immediate thought was, that's a lot more YouTube content. That was my first, I instantly saw it through the eyes of a content creator, and I was like, that's a lot more YouTube content. Instantly. Is that all it is? No. Is that what my top priority was when I saw it? Yeah. Especially if it happens to actually be good and popular. Yeah, honestly, the biggest thing is the teaser trailer having Minfilia's Heavensward voice actress say, "Pray return to the Waking Sands." That implies we might have a fully redubbed A Realm Reborn with any of the voice actors who changed going into Heavensward, which is fascinating. Now, some people might say, why don't they do that in the main game? Listen, I half agree, I half don't. I think it's kind of nice to have that history in Final Fantasy XIV itself. It's kind of like a talking point amongst people when, like, new players experience it for the first time and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, a toggle is another way of doing it, but that becomes the question, is do you add that voice acting to the main game? I'd argue, yeah, there are some voices I'm glad change, or that they are even their original voices to begin with. Like, okay, let me put it this way. Okay, I know how to sell keeping the old voice actors. I know how to sell it. I don't want new Gaius's voice in the Praetorium. That would ruin it. It would ruin all of the memes for so many years to have new Gaius in the as the Praetorium speaks. She has like 4 lines. What do you need to do anything with that? She doesn't talk until Coil practically. She has 1 line from like all of A Realm Reborn until the end of Coil. All right, I'm going to do Mawatson, and then we're going to go into the Path of Exile category for my sponsored bit. I love the comments on my Twitter that are like, oh, so we are getting Final Fantasy XIV Classic. And I'm like, no, it's more like Final Fantasy XIV Classic Remix. Because it has skills that do not belong in A Realm Reborn. There's literally like inner release and fucking Stardiver and shit. There's all sorts of stuff that does not belong at level 50, but it's there. Honestly, for mobile, a TP system might actually be something to consider. Only it depends, only because it's very likely your basic combo will be 1 button and you'll press it over and over again for your basic combo. You'll have 1 or 2 major offensive abilities that are on a cooldown, and then you'll have 2 support abilities. Like, I imagine it's 5 buttons and it's 1 combo action, 2 offensive actions, 2 support actions. I genuinely think that's exactly how it's going to work. And I think your combo action will just, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Your offensive and support actions will then roll into secondary actions. So, like, let's say inner release then becomes fell cleave on your bar, for example. And then when you do all 3 fell cleaves, it could become, something. Like, that's how I imagine it. It's going to be like 5 buttons at most. And it's going to be some sort of... It might be like, maybe it'd be 6 buttons or something. But like, that's how I imagine it. On mobile, you don't want more than 5, maybe 6 buttons at the most. Because your user interface needs it to be something where the player, in terms of dexterity, can't make mistakes very often. Like, you genuinely have to misclick. That's a very important thing for mobile games, is you need any of the buttons available on the screen to be clearly distinguishable and not easily accidentally pressed. It could even be that your basic combo, you don't even press it. I wouldn't even be surprised if your basic combo doesn't, like, you just, when you activate combat with an enemy, it just gets the 1, 2, 3. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. I think they can reasonably fit 6 buttons, and here's how they do it. Controller, analogs. Let's say it's your phone, but for the sake of it, let's do that. If you're on a touchscreen device, here, here, and here are 3 button areas, and here, here, and here are 3 button areas. Just right outside of range of your thumb, essentially. The system will be stationary. The big thing I question is the camera. In theory, left analog being movement and right analog being the camera is perfectly logical. Well, so in the interview my sponsored video is on, he confirms you will have to dodge things. Obviously, they've reworked all the content so that it's doable. So I don't expect, anything super crazy. But you will have to dodge AoEs. By their own admission, that's something you have to do. So you need to be, again, it needs to be easy enough for you to reach your movement buttons and reach your skill buttons. Which is why I think 5 is the magic number, but I think 6 is the number they'll go for in terms of active combat actions. Or active combat buttons. Sorry, more actions than that, but they're only tied to 6 buttons. Yeah, no, that's fine. You gotta, I mean, that's an important question, Rithian. But there are very reasonable ways to utilize that screen real estate without it being, oh my god, I got 3 procs. Oh my god. Don't expect any of the jobs to function. So here's the thing. You may very well get Dot Summoner because it's now no longer that in theory, at least, the server tick is not a thing. Unless they deliberately recreated the server tick, which, for fuck's sake, come on, man. Don't do that, Lightspeed. Don't recreate the server tick. Come on, you have an opportunity to not have the server tick. So it's possible, but gotta remember that we don't know how the gameplay is yet. So you can't say yes or no either way. But there's skills that are like way beyond a Realm Reborn times that are in those trailers. Oh, have fun with that, Shining. All right, let me head back to Solution 9. Let me clear the little bit of inventory I filled up. Whatever. Actually, I can leave it. We're going to be doing a sponsored stream here in a bit, so many of you may be familiar with Path of Exile. I've played it before. I've not streamed it, but I've played it, but even before I did much streaming in general. And I couldn't really, the barrier for entry was always really high for me, so I've stayed away. But Path of Exile 2, I've been saying, because it's going to be kind of from the ground up, it might be my opportunity to actually get into it and stay into it a little bit more. So I actually got asked if I wanted to sponsor a co-stream for their stream that they're doing today. They're doing like a bunch of details on the game, and the early access is December 6th. So it seemed like an easy yes to me. Listen, if somebody goes, oh, you like these kind of games, would you like a bag of cash to watch a stream about those kind of games? Yeah. Of course. What the hell? Oh, we'll talk about it once I do a stream. So give me a second to get set up for that. And then we will, we can go back to talking about whatever. All right, let's see. All right, let's do this. Path of Exile 2. Okay, let me set it up for all the other platforms I'm on also. On YubTub. All right, should be updated on YouTube as well. And then let me do the cropping here. I'm going to be turning off alerts for this too. It's a sponsored bit, so, you know, you guys know how it is at this point. I don't know where I should have my camera, but, you know. Oh, that's not correct. Although, obviously, we can keep talking about 14 stuff as well. Because, you know, it's my stream. It's my stream, and I need it now. I can't see. It's so dark, I can't see the side super well. Hopefully, that's closer to correct. All right. Title should be updated. Everything should be updated. Twitch does not want to work for you today. Work, Twitch. Work. Work, work, work. How's data? They're not going to use Bridge. It's not anything Square related. No, but so funny thing. Not about Bridge, but the Final Fantasy Portal app has Triple Triad. Or should I say, had. Because they're actually removing it. Whereas 14 Mobile has Triple Triad. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, Shining. And I have a massive video coming out about it on Sunday. So, pretty funny. So they're effectively just moving it into the 14 app. Too much ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Man, so I've kept up with a few of the details of Path of Exile 2 as well. A lot of it just being kind of like the core, their core concepts, I suppose, more than anything else, which is largely intact, but they've talked about a lot of quality of life stuff. They're making a lot of efforts to make the transition from Path of Exile 1 to 2 very, very good. I don't know that I would really consider PoE 2 an MMO. I mean, I get what you mean. It's just that I guess the definition's just been so muddled. To have beef. I love, actually, no, you know, I love beef, but there's a beef recall in the US right now because of an E. coli contamination, so no beef. no beef. You know what, though? I will have a banana. Because I'm a little hungry. Yeah, I know it. I know what you mean, too, Vegezi. It's ever since Destiny that's been the thing, right? Everyone's like, wow, that new MMO Destiny. And all MMO players at the time are like... That's what all the MMO players did when everyone started being like, ah, yes, that new MMO, Destiny. From the Onions. That was a different one. That was a few months ago, I think, TRM, wasn't it? Was that like a month and a half, 2 months ago? Beef banana? Beef banana is something very different. Be right back. Alright, I have banana. I has banana. Banana. What's going on? Procrastinating? Alright, let me get my tweet out. Let me get a post on Discord out. And then in Discord... Perfect. Yeah, they actually reached out to sponsor me for this. Which, as somebody who really wants to get into Path of Exile, but has always felt the barrier for entry was too high for me, this is a good opportunity. Get to see a few things. I think the only thing somebody said that they were really expecting, like for sure out of this, was early access cost. That's what somebody mentioned earlier. I have no expectations. I'm just here to take in the deets. Ah, did they? Okay. They'll just bring it up here again because, you know, early access is just a couple weeks away. That makes sense. Oh, hi, Ivy. Oh, and what the $30 gets you is pretty important. Although, you know, early access is probably the most important thing, but still. A lot of it, no, it's more the progression systems, Rithian. I very much like figuring out something I find fun without needing to look it up in advance. And then, once I make it far enough, I make the decision to make changes. PoE's not built to do that. And to me, that's a barrier for entry. I don't mind having complex systems that maybe I fumble around in. But I remember very much building towards something I thought was fun and then hitting a massive wall because what I found fun was not something the game was like. It wasn't good enough for the game, even in like the earlier sections. Which is frustrating. It's one thing to like for something to be a little difficult. It's another thing for something you've already built towards to become a wall before you've even gone through like all the acts a single time. Yeah, roadblock knowledge checks. That's a good way to put it. Crazy, thanks for the 75 months. Hi, Ivy. I don't remember. It was so long ago. We're talking about like, you know, mid 2010s. I don't even remember what it was. Yeah. It wasn't even like it was hard walled. Like, oh, there's no way I can do this. It was more like, why is this so much harder all of a sudden when Nothing's really changed. Like, what I've been doing was fine up to this exact moment. And then, all of a sudden, it was just like, I was just getting fucked 6 ways to Sunday. And so then I kept going through, and then it was like super slow, and then the pacing wasn't super good. Well, I mean, the next shot I'm going to give it is PoE 2. I'm not going to give PoE 1 another try when PoE 2's around the corner. Let me put it this way. I know how to date when that was. It was before they fixed desyncing, and then obviously also before they had to add an option to turn the desyncing back on for Flicker Strike lovers. I was never sponsored to play BDO. They offered me 100 early access keys, and within an hour I just gave out all the. Oh no, it was 50. Sorry. Yeah, I'm talking that long ago. And then from that point on, it was just a big like look up a guide for everything at that point. By the time you hit like later in the like 2010s, it was effectively play with a guide or get fucked. Ivy, I have hot coffee in my hands. Hey. Ivy, so needy. God, the desyncing thing with Flicker Strike is such a, like, it's so weird. They're like, everyone's like, man, desyncing sucks. Flicker Strike build only works because of desyncing. Hey guys, we fixed desyncing for you. They're like, what the fuck? My build is ruined. Okay, here's an option to put it back on. It's so funny that Flicker Strike, the first like really major build of PoE, I think it was probably the first like everybody knows what this is build from PoE 1, was so reliant on the game effectively not working correctly. What's the broadcast about? They're going to be going over some of the pre-order details plus some other game details. Ivy. Feels like all the hyper endgame builds are like that. Yeah, some sort of abuse of game systems. But it's just really funny because that was like, it was a major complaint about the game, but the most popular build relied on it. Like, them fixing the game was negatively like viewed. Because something that was broken about it made that one thing work. And that one thing was really good. I hated the way Flicker Strike felt. I had a character that like started to lean into Flicker. Not to mention early game Flicker Strike felt awful. Like if you wanted to go into it like immediately before you had all of the skill points and everything in it, it was really bad. It was like a new player trap to be told to do Flicker Strike and then to start to progress the game with Flicker Strike. It was kind of bait. Like you needed to know how to go through the early game to get to the point where you could actually like Flicker Strike was the functional thing that it was supposed to be. Again, I played a very long time ago. It's just such a fascinating history for Path of Exile. Apparently, Ivy is fascinated. So much fascinated that she's grooming herself right now. Hi. I might need to order her food if the rain's going to be extra bad. Because she's almost out of her normal food. Yeah, some builds. I mean, that's fine to have builds come on later. But again, that type of player knowledge is really tough when you feel, even in the early points of the game where you're kind of committed to the directions that you're trying to go. It makes it intimidating when you make a decision that doesn't, A, lead to anything specific, and B, doesn't help with a lot of the random kind of, not random, but they'll seem random to you when you're first starting to play. difficulty jumps that pop up between acts. Whether it be because of resistances or the type of enemy that's in that area. It can just happen, and then you can realize, oh, well, I haven't been really looking anything up along the way, and I guess I need some better items. That's kind of the experience I want. That's the only thing I really want to see change in PoE 2, is that initial barrier for entry. Not needing nearly the same level of knowledge in order to get into it. Not needing, like, great that people provide those resources. I do it in my own, you know, main category. It's helpful and it's useful, and people, you know, it's good that they do it. But it shouldn't be so necessary that you can't... It feels like you're actually fighting an uphill battle to get to the point where you can actually start to get into the more interesting stuff. Yeah, it throws you into deep water, which is, you know, given what PoE was trying to do. I mean, PoE, Path of Exile, was trying to Diablo 2 it. You know what I mean? They were trying to fill that void of, oh, we want a game that isn't afraid to kick your ass right out of the gate. But I still think that between the two, if I were to look at Diablo 2 or Path of Exile, I never once, like, in Diablo 2, it's really just like the end of Act 2 and like maybe one or two other spots where you just kind of walk into a situation and you feel absolutely fucked. Like how did it come to this so quickly? Whereas Path of Exile, that type of moment occurs a lot more often when you're going in blind. I don't know who that is off the top of my head. Maggot Lair. Ugh. And it's funny because then when the remaster of Diablo 2 came out, I was like, yep, same spots, still a pain. Okay. The problem is I still don't know who that I still don't know who it is. Oh, man. Are we going to use the letter? Oh, prog metal. Yeah, definitely wouldn't know that. But yeah, all I'm hoping is that the barrier to entry is lower and everything else is nearly identical or better. That's literally all Path of Exile 2 kind of needs to be. It just needs to be slightly easier to get into. And honestly, you have a recipe for just success. I mean, honestly, the first game is a recipe for success. Obviously, that's how we got to the second game. But I mean, like, complete dominance. Like, Diablo permanently dying kind of dominance. The fact that Diablo has survived after what's happened in the last decade or so is a shocker to me. Although, remember, Diablo Immortal was bringing in big bucks. I don't know how it's doing now, but... Anything's better than D4? No, Diablo... You know, it's funny. A lot of people say Diablo Immortal is still better than Diablo 4. I've seen that around. Like, I've seen... Like, I still enjoy, like... The only problem I have with Diablo 3 is you can't get me to play it for more than a day or two. It's literally built where I'm not going to race for the ladder, so it's just kind of fun doing a fresh, like, loot experience, and that's it. Other than that, it's fine. Yeah, and then Diablo Immortal is much more, like, long form, but also is a monetization hellscape. Yeah, good way to put it. No, PoE doesn't have opportunity. PoE has the whole fucking stage. Path of Exile, literally, like, every time we get another action RPG, isometric looter action RPG, it literally has to actively avoid Path of Exile seasons by like a wide margin. It doesn't matter how many of them come out. They just get abandoned. Even if those games aren't planning to be like games as a service like Path of Exile is, it seems like they would have never even had the chance. Even if they're kind of good, like what was it? Last Epoch, I think it was. I thought that game was fun and it had some yeah, Last Epoch. I thought the game was fun, but it literally was like, oh, okay. Cool. Sorry, I just got an email for something that's, you know, nothing major. Just cool email. Yeah, there's just like they don't stand a chance. Like Last Epoch, again, I thought the game was a lot of fun. I thought it was beginner friendly. I thought it had a decent grind system built out. It struggled with performance, like actually being a functioning game week one. You know, not that unusual nowadays. And then it also struggled with giving you a good feeling of upper gear progression. And it obviously could have never had the level of content that PoE accumulated with its ladders and seasons and everything. It could have never competed. It's just impossible. So what all of them end up being are nice, like one and done releases. I enjoyed my time with Last Epoch. I wouldn't change it. Am I motivated to try to keep grinding in it? No, I would sooner look at Path of Exile in a new season than look at another action RPG. That's just it. It just wins over like anything else in its own category. Torchlight torched itself after a while. So there's that as well. Torchlight should have been another big contender, but that just burned itself to the ground, like over time. Not even over time, like pretty quickly. Honestly, there was a lot of issues I had with Torchlight. Grim Dawn, yeah, Grim Dawn people still go back to on occasion. I'd say that's probably one of the more fun non-Path of Exile / Diablo action RPGs. You know what was a big favorite of mine? I actually really, really enjoyed the Van Helsing games. They're not like long form experiences, and they have so much wrong with them. But I was a big fan of the Van Helsing games. Those are just a fun little thing to dabble through if you're looking for a looter, an isometric action looter. But they just can't compare to something like Path of Exile. And then Path of Exile 2. Like, I don't know how any other game's going to survive with these games on the market. I just don't. Not even survive. I mean, again, they'll release, and as long as they're just trying to sell you a box cost game, that's fine. Box cost game action RPGs? Okay, I'm still waiting on a remaster for one of my favorite isometric action RPGs of all time. Does anyone know what it is? Anyone want to wager a guess? Draken? What? Isometric action. We're talking about Path of Exile type games. I'm waiting for Champions of Norath. I will kill for Champions of Norath. All right? I will commit crimes for that game. I loved Champions of Norath. In terms of isometric looters, and again, it's still not anything that would compare to Path of Exile or Path of Exile 2, but it would be an amazing thing to go back and relive. Fantastic game. Especially for the PlayStation 2 era. One day I have to believe. But anyway, we've got Path of Exile 2 here. So you've already heard my piece on it, my experience with Path of Exile 1. Not nearly as extensive as the majority of people looking to watch this right now. That would be another good one, Crazy. It's top tier, yeah. We were just talking about other action RPGs and how Path of Exile just kind of dominates over the entire genre. And that Path of Exile 2, if it's even a little bit more beginner friendly, it's just, dude, the whole genre is cooked. Outside of Path of Exile 2, the whole genre is cooked at that point. At least in terms of games that like want to survive for periods of time and either be games as a service or just release regular updates. It's so hard to go against. Oh yeah, Nevin, I played it a lot. It's so hard to go against what Grinding Gear Games has done. It's just, I don't know how you do it. I wouldn't want to be tasked with it either. All right.
Just what are we facing here?
I don't know.
Of the old world. Ready your men,
Very
Captain.
dark.
We will only get one chance. And remember,
Let me put chat on screen.
when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
Okay.
When you heard the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
A mean cleave. You said not to engage. Okay, probably engage. Definitely engage. 100% engage.
Sullen!
Definitely don't wait for the whispers or to call for help. That'll do.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword.
Are you hearing whispers? Oh, well, that's not good. Well. Did he hear the whispers?
Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain!
That's not good.
On my back, Rookie! Blade up!
Come on. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Do you have a way of setting up the signal?
No, it's not.
Well, that definitely didn't work.
Run!
Better keep running. That thing hungry. You better have the meanest cleave imaginable, my dude. Oh, that's messed up.
Captain! Captain!
Oh! Somebody actually got gear before they came into this act.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
For Path of Exile 2?
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Man, would I not trust someone who handed me something and just said, here. And you're now a host.
what is it?
Damn, that jumped me. Oh, and now that thing's gonna use it. It's gonna crawl into your blood vessels, man.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built.
I don't like this guy.
Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
That's not good. Don't like that. I have a feeling that guy's probably dead.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th.
Yup.
Even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect.
Okay.
So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence.
Okay, a
is
gameplay
thing
trailer
of
this
beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
Oh my god.
The continuation of life
Should have done this on
must
Halloween.
be protected at all costs.
Well, that didn't look good for that
Some
person.
have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
That's what he came to say. God, it still looks so good. I mean, Path of Exile 1 still looks good. This is not really a surprise. Slam! Oh, damn. Wasn't ready for that. I like a lot of the archer skills. Damn! I like seeing the monster staggers. Mage skills.
We
Lot
are
of
faced
skills.
with the end, and I will do what I must.
That's a lot of places. That's a big old map. There's the skill trees. Those skill trees looked much more digestible to me. I know that's not the whole thing, but like just that little like tidbit.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Oh hey, I fought that boss in Final Fantasy 13.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a
for the
big
Atlas
game.
alone, yeah.
It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content
Okay,
that'll be available at the start of early access.
Full rundown, I'll take it.
Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the Endgame. This is going to be a big
Okay.
one, so get comfortable.
I am comfortable.
20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead
Idiot.
are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Oh, and we're one of the people who escaped. That's us.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
No! I would love to explore.
Dark forests of Ogham. traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri
Alright. No!
Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an
Stream!
ancient Val city.
I'm lowering the quality. No, no
There are challenging
buffering!
monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures,
Please!
roaming merchants,
Twitch!
and of course, unique
Figure it
bosses.
out!
No two areas are the same.
No two areas are the same. Got
Falls
it.
to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge
Okay.
unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first,
Classes.
you'll need to pick
Okay.
a class.
Whew. At least it's not just me.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Okay.
The monk.
That's
is
a really
fast and
messed up way
furious
to make
melee
people
fighter.
choose your class.
He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different
Honestly,
combos.
this will probably be my class anyway. Okay, we made it far enough in. I got to see the class I wanted to play.
And choose an existence.
Technical difficulties. Damn, my class is technical difficulties. At least they know. Yeah, that'll probably be the class that I play anyway. Yeah, there's just about 200,000 people watching this. And that's not including the co-streams and everything. Listen, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that they had a technical difficulties screen ready, but I'll say that it panned out well for them. To be fair, Monk is pretty strong. Yeah, they knew just in case, you know. Gotta make sure it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be playing Monk regardless. I mean, we have no idea whose fault it is. To be fair, we just like to immediately jump to going, Twitch! Come on! Listen, I'm Monk. If there's a Monk, I go Monk. It's an easy decision. What else needs to be said? There's a Monk, I go Monk. Soon, everyone. So soon. Everything's happening soon. Ultimate's happening soon. PoE 2 is happening soon. It's all...
Just what are we facing here?
Let's try again.
Precious.
Fast forward.
Those who
Power and tends to harness.
Okay. No, we're good. We're good. I like that they're just
21
scrolling
active
through a
skills for
video.
core staves. So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have.
There we
By
go.
endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start.
Okay, they
of
went back a
PoE 2.
little bit more.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
Because this is where the lag
Traverse the
actually
barren
started.
plains of the Vesteri Desert.
Alright, we're back.
And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures,
I love hidden rooms.
roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome
Well, that's not
monsters,
good for that
meet
guy.
strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class.
Monk.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum.
I'm
Like
a big
all
fan of
classes in
momentum.
PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
We got an ice monk right here.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in
I
PoE
like
2.
killing palm.
You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new.
That sounds
The
very
monk
good.
primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice,
And fire.
and wind.
And wind. Oh yeah, I saw
Don't
wind
think you have to
ability
stick to
there.
just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try killing palm. Like many monk
Hey!
skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use killing palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge.
I like
then we
that.
can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will
Yeah,
add
I saw him
elemental
freezing
damage
the
to
bell
strikes.
earlier.
The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame,
right.
you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating
I'll probably
streams
go
of enemies
ice.
with huge combo attacks.
I'm a big ice fan when given the option. Loot!
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can
Yeah,
be retargeted as
very
you go.
responsive.
And if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill
Kind of
like
narrow.
Stampede to do
I would
huge
want something
amounts
that
of
makes
damage.
those wider. They stick around for a while though, so
Warrior
choke
can
points
also
will be
use
good.
war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness.
But then a lot.
If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%,
I'm covering
your
the
stance will
stun
break
meter,
and
but
you'll
it's
be
right
vulnerable.
above where your potions are. It's next to your health
Some
and right
enemies
above your
also have
potions.
unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red
In
flash.
fact, here.
If
They
you
do
see one
this.
of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way.
Just in case they do that again.
Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
A support skill or like a
The
legendary
warrior
or
also has
something.
access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which
sitting
allow you to
them
use
there.
any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a
Okay.
slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
Damn.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot
I
more
like
to
the
try
idea
out.
of meta
But by
skills.
endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
Big fan of meta skills and just attaching
Time for
skills
some
to
range
meta
attacks.
skills.
The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills
That's
the ranger
gonna feel
has
a
that
lot
allow you
better.
to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks.
Poison
Lightning
for
attacks
me.
bounce around between targets. You can also
No!
stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers.
Don't get-
or
ow,
electrocute
don't get
enemies
hit.
to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some
Okay,
interesting
this is
plots.
my kind of thing right here, where you just kite them around while
With
poisoned.
21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
That looks absurd
You
in a
might
good
have
way.
noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different.
I
In
do now.
PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types.
Oh, thank God.
Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can
I'll
gain more
take
slots
it.
for charms by upgrading your belt.
Belt
The
gonna be
Mercenary
very
wields
important.
a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes
Nice.
this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow,
There's
you
the
will find skills that work like
WASD.
shotguns, sniper
Big
rifles,
fan.
assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
Look at all the ammo slots in the bottom right.
Use
This
Glacial
looks like a
Bolt
lot
to
of
create
fun.
walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas.
This is my kind
These
of
have a
build.
minimum range, so you'll want to prepare
I'm a
your
big
position carefully
artillery
before moving in.
person. Big
There are
fan.
22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice.
Here's the witch.
She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells.
No,
that
I'm still
debilitate her
monk.
enemies.
You can't make me go
Cult
bard.
skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic.
That's a lot of dudes.
Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Oh my God.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These
Yeah,
minions will be revived
that's what I would
automatically
do
when they
too.
die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead
I
add
saw
skeletal
69
assassins.
spirits.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions
Here's
for
what
even
I'm gonna
more
do.
damage and area of effect.
There.
If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit.
I think I'll be
allowing you to
okay
summon
down
even
here.
More friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst her
Chaos!
enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down.
Yeah, I
There are
always
25
think I'm gonna
active
like
occult
this, and then I
skills.
never end up
By the
liking
endgame,
this.
you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
Like on paper, I
The
love
sorceress bends the
like a
elements to her
necromancer
will,
style,
using
but it
them
just
to unleash
never ends up
devastation
working
on her
for me.
foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and
That
combo
ice-
with others, even between different
Ice
elements.
spell is a favorite.
For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If
That
you
I
place
like.
a wall and fire lightning
That
spells
looks
through it, they'll gain extra
that
fire
lightning
damage.
spell. That feels
It's a
ridiculous.
good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power
It's
up
Final
a combo
Fantasy
like this.
XI macros,
The
except it's
sorceress
built into
can
your
also take advantage
spells.
of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Custom Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come.
Yeah, I'd say.
There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example,
That's gonna make
a
builds
poison ranger might want to
wild.
try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited.
Yeah,
We're
that's
looking
gonna
forward
be
to what kind of things you
insane.
guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization.
That's gonna be
and we haven't even
nutso.
scratched the surface of what is possible yet.
Yeah, you saw he put the bell down
So
and then
let's talk
shot
about
it
support gems.
with the yeah.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work.
Okay.
If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character.
Yeah, this looks
If you
so
want to have
much
a
more
multi-shot
beginner
sniper
friendly.
rifle instead,
Like this
then
looks
simply move the
this
gem
is
over to your
exactly the
high-velocity
kind of stuff
round
I was
skill.
talking about.
Generally speaking, if it
That I
sounds
said
like
I
a support
wanted to
gem
see
should
them
work with
do.
a skill, then it will work.
I
So it's a
feel
good
like
idea
this
to
is
experiment.
what lets you experiment with stuff.
Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character,
Very
so you'll want to think
intuitive.
carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
Look at all the support gems.
Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
There's a
Each
lot.
skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build.
Yeah,
Or at
it
least follow
actually
someone's
is a
OP
really
build
interesting way to handle the
guide. So,
loot.
speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile
Yeah,
systems.
that's Path of
the
Exile,
passive
all
skill
right.
tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character.
Okay.
You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Oh, oh my god. Okay, they did it. This every other
Now, the tree
every
is
other
generally
action
divided
RPG's
up into
cooked.
clusters which have similar themes.
That's it.
In each cluster, you will find small
That's
nodes
it.
that
Every
give
other
simple
game's
bonuses
cooked.
like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In
I
order
can already
get
see a
between
reason
these
to get some
clusters,
of
you would
those.
generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy
I
to
really
get
like
points
the
for any
highways
attribute that your gear might
to get
need.
you to the parts of
You
the
can
tree
change which
faster.
attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have
yeah.
both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to
That
design
would be
around them.
nuts. I want to see
A
someone
great
use
example
that.
is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them.
That's a pretty common one.
You
Titan
can use
grip.
a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
That's just Titan grip. Which, to be
Or
fair,
how
is
about
like
Mind
pretty
Over
common
Matter,
thing.
which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization.
That's
Or you
fucking
could
nuts!
switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks.
I didn't
or
see that
follow
one
up with
coming.
heavy hits from your bigger mace.
That's fucking nuts.
Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Long live Path of Exile.
If you want to stick with just one
Jesus
weapon set, you can
Christ.
just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like. But creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
Yeah, the
You can
caveat
get
is
weapon
you're splitting your
specialization
points between
throughout the
two
campaign
weapons, it
from
seems.
optional bosses and quests. For
But that's,
example,
I mean,
if
that's
I manage
good.
to defeat
That's
the Crow
the
Bell,
decision-making
I'll get
there
a
is
weapon
amazing.
specialization book.
I see
There are
orbs of
lots of other
transmutation.
permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find.
This is also another bit.
For
Remember when I
example,
mentioned
if you
randomly
defeat
hitting
Blackjaw
walls
the
in
Remnant, you'll get a
PoE1?
permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are
That's
spirit
actually a
bonuses.
big deal.
You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1.
That was
Defeat
something
the
we
boss in
just
this
talked
area
about
to
before.
acquire a permanent addition of
Was
spirit.
randomly running into
Permanent buffs you
walls
gain from spirit
that
are
seemed
very
like out of
powerful.
nowhere.
Every class will find a use for them, so make sure
They've
you hunt
added
down these
something
upgrades.
literally
There's
to
one in each
overcome
act.
walls. If for some
And we haven't
reason
even
you're
talked
running
about the
into
most
one.
important element of character progression: items. That's why we're all here, right?
That still requires you to play the game.
Items in Path of
and it's not
Exile
like
can
a
be
quick,
broken down
easy.
into 4 rarity groups.
Just way over
Normal, magic, rare, and unique.
Give me the uniques, baby.
One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough.
Yeah, we're gonna be.
We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of
So
crafting
good.
items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
Need 20 of them. Okay.
Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have
Well,
up to
stack
2
size is
sockets,
20.
while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
So good.
If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you
Good.
level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often.
I'm a big
Other
fan of
vendors
just
offer a
buying
gamble.
upgrades sometimes.
Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used
I
to
like the
respec your
gamba.
passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market. In exchange for a small gold fee.
Yeah.
Now, all items in
that makes
Path of
sense.
Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
This is all good. It's good
Now,
stuff.
most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques.
Yeah,
They're especially
buddy!
rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build.
40%
They're not
increased
just
movement
better
speed
rare
at
items,
random when
They
hit.
can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
I like that.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
That's gonna be.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most
I'm
unique
big
items
on
have a
this.
potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
That's actually
The
really
last
cool.
character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character.
Explain it now!
Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
Okay.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities.
I would probably
Using
be
Temporal
this.
Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or
Oh,
with
she's
Time
Echo.
Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
Yeah, I would definitely do that.
On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks.
That's the
Warcaller's
Wukong
Bellow
skill.
allows you to
Sorta.
explode
Not
the
really.
corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class
wanna
is
know the
all about
monk
hitting
ones.
big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
Oh god, that's pure
With crushing
dopamine right
impacts,
there.
Every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With
God, the
surprising
amount of
strength,
dopamine from
you can take
this has
advantage
gotta
of
be
stunned enemies to deal
insane.
40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile.
And that's before you even factor in the
With
support
Gathering
gem.
Winds, she gains a small
Jesus.
increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively,
That's
you could become a
actually so
Pathfinder,
good.
the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal
I was
various
wondering if
types
they
of
were going to
damage.
do something with the flash
A
charges,
bleeding
actually.
concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her
God,
to
I
move
just want
much more
loot
quickly
right
while
now!
firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist,
Why are they
she can
saving
summon
Monk
a
for
loyal
last?
Hellhound
'Cause it's the
companion.
best.
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon,
I would end up going
a lot of life recovery.
If I was going witch, I would go this.
She can also become a blood mage, a master of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield.
Oh!
Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead.
Oh, wait a
The
minute.
Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage, and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well.
Alright, well then never mind. The mana
Another
leech
node
thing
you can
kinda
take
sells
is
it.
Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Oh my god.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem
I'm a
socketed
big
into your
fan
character.
of this. It doesn't even really modify
So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of early
the class.
access.
It
One thing we
literally
haven't
just
talked about yet
lets
is
you
how you ascend in the
customize
first
it, like,
place.
infinitely more.
Ascension and Path of Exile
Big
2
fan.
requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
Get trapped.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed.
Alright.
While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
Okay.
Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous,
Looking for
afflicting
honor
you with
around the
debuffs that
screen.
will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with spiked shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life.
That's
You will
fine.
want to take care if you choose such a path.
Nah, easy.
There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor.
Death crystal.
As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run.
Definitely getting
One
that.
of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Get him!
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot.
Yes!
The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the Endgame.
Okay.
For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early
I like
access,
that.
we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos.
Chaos!
Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds?
Easy.
Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes.
Oh god,
In this
turrets
case,
would
we'll be picking
infuriate me.
shocking turrets.
And of course he's calling with the turrets.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Oh good, they just fire in one direction. Never mind. That's not bad. I thought they were gonna lock onto the player throughout every single shot. Would have driven me insane. Maybe later. Go! Sleepy.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
Listen, I've already watched one double up fail today.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend.
Give me the
If you already did the Trial of the Secondments, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame.
Okay.
So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the Endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough Endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way.
Good.
We actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player.
Oh, okay.
This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in Endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on Endgame and make that great.
Okay.
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there'll be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types.
That's a lot.
But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Crawl, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Crawl difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame?
Okay.
To explain that, I'll hand
Means
over
I'm
to
gonna
Mark,
destroy
who can
Act
tell you
4,
all
5,
about
and
it.
6.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director
Hi.
on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic
hi, Mark.
needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
That's a lot.
This is the Atlas, and it
Atlas,
serves
yeah.
as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11.
That's
the
me.
monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you.
So you actually
and some
need to
even
do
give you
something.
increased
You can't
experience
just
or
buff
help you find better
search
items.
necessarily.
You can also
or even if you
find
do, you have to kill the
strongboxes.
monsters
These
first.
enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open
Guarded
them,
by
and the boxes
14
often
packs
have
of
mechanisms
monsters.
to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs.
There are different types of strong
I
bosses
saw him do
containing
that.
different items.
He added
and
an exalted orb
use
to
your
it.
currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But
That's
be
yeah. I
careful
saw
of
him do
opening one
that.
you
I was
can't
like, wait,
handle.
he just changed its properties with an exalted orb. Adding a lot of value to those orbs if they're going to be a lot more
Sometimes you'll
common is a
discover
good
monsters
idea.
frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Ooh.
For
Essence
example,
of the
we could
body.
use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely,
That's gonna be
essences
big.
will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
I mean, I don't think I would use that pair of boots,
Waystones,
but if you
like
want them,
wall
go
items,
ahead.
can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while
Oh my
suffix mods
God.
increase danger.
That's
The
so
more
good.
dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers
This is
and
going to be
sustaining them,
really good.
but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas
somebody
tree.
brought this up earlier.
This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame.
God, this
You
is
could
a
increase
system.
the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or
Well, it
strong
will be
boxes,
eventually,
even the
Baltus.
quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience.
Yeah, it said
You may even find a
642%
lonely
more
man just
experience.
enjoying his retirement, who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find
I
special
wanna
areas
find
that
that
would
guy.
make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit, and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
Gotta have the happy camp.
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations.
That's fine.
You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This
Yeah, I
icon
figured.
indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content.
They just
we
knew
will be
what
showing
to
you
do.
7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come.
They just
Bosses
knew
are
what
not
to
the only
do.
icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants.
Keep going! I'm glad they're playing Monk for a lot of this.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
That's the guy from the trailer.
Fate relies truth. So they wounded his son.
Got his shield
This is just
back.
one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute.
Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive.
No problem.
The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you'll be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover.
That's really
Now don't
good.
forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to
they're all
get to the
gonna drop
pinnacle boss of
tablets.
Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the
bad
wild.
they're not gonna show
we won't
him.
show the encounter, but
Yeah.
just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious
God, they're
entity
just
has
combining
taken a
every
special
league. They're
interest in
like,
you.
what
Step
league
through
is
the
your
looking
favorite?
glass and you will
All
find
of
your
them.
nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome.
I'm overstaying
Rare
my
and
welcome.
unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive
So we
skill
have
tree.
rings,
This is like gaining an extra
amulets.
passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse
each
the tree to
different
get them,
one
allowing
seems
you
to
to get
affect-
off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to
Oh
get.
my god. Yeah, that's way out of the way.
Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying delirious
Yeah, it
to
seems
them
like
and
each
adding
different
additional
one you'll also
difficulty
want to
and
do
rewards,
just because they
allowing you
all
to
affect a
further
different
juice your
piece of
in-game maps.
equipment.
The tablets you can find from delirium can
Or
be
at least
used to
affect them in
further
different
improve
ways.
it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist.
I'm
The
overstaying.
bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be
like
found.
Final Fantasy
Place
VII.
explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding.
As long as it's more
Danik,
rewarding.
Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here
Take
you
me
can create
away.
an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants,
it's fine.
you can easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the
My man
Atlas
was just
tree.
showing off right there.
So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but
Okay.
we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to Endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore.
Ow.
Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are
Be
4
careful.
floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
So many jewels.
There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes in radius by 25%.
Oh
With
my
careful
God.
placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Marraket, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Val Orbs can even
Extra
modify
slots?
uniques.
Oh,
Adding
boy.
enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through
Yeah, I mean, he
human
just said it could
sacrifice
brick an item.
rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out?
This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the Endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time.
Sounds good to me.
Is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges.
We love
for
trees.
PoE2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in.
All right.
To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack.
Okay.
The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs
Jesus
filled with
Christ.
exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 in early access starts.
Oh yeah, I see them. I see some of them.
Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment, which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption.
That's cool.
Also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
Yeah, it does.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet.
Nice.
The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
Then that's not loyally into
Become
battle.
the ruler of the desert with the King of the Farad'n supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground
Loyally
with
run
ancient
away.
sand magic. Now
That
each
looks really
armor set
cool.
comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
Oh, okay, that's good. The boots are covered in
The
sand.
accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the
Just a
Farad'n's
visual, but
glory
still.
skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1.
Oh,
If you
okay,
want to
that's
truly
nice.
show your worth as a king of the Farad'n, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Damn.
The King of the Farad'n Kiwi pet. And
This
last but
cracks
not
me
least,
up.
a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items
Figured,
from the Lord
but
of Ogham
nice to
supporter
say.
pack as well.
They have to say that kind of thing.
The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the
Science!
Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin.
So now you can have constant reminders
Royal
of your
Sacrifice dagger skin.
your failed Val Orb uses.
You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Val did. Thaumaturge of the Val supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Val Kiwi pet. And the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree.
No,
Why not
overkill.
drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe
I gotta get
manned
their
by
ultimate
Karui
ASAP.
warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
Hello, dragon. Oh.
You'll also get a pair of
This is
weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces.
I'm not big on MTX, so I'm cruising through this
A true
section.
Karui warlord is always accompanied by
They're doing
a
a
trusty
lot.
Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick.
I like the
Once
footprints.
one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more?
Listen,
The
you never
Beacon
know
of
how
Salvation
Ultimate's
hideout
gonna
comes
go.
equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races?
Hey!
You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect.
That's really
a beautiful
cool.
mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form.
It's beautiful.
Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to endgame maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin,
So many skins.
and the Redemption Shield skin.
I didn't think they were going to go into this much
Once again,
detail
you'll
on the
have an
supporter
accompanying
packs.
Kiwi,
They're
and
going
of course
nuts.
a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the
I
exile
thought they were
was
just
able
going
to
to be like, hey,
defeat
we
him once
have
and
them,
for
and
all.
here's a couple of things. They're like, no,
This
we're going to tell
supporter
you
pack
every
also contains the
single
Path
thing.
of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge
This I
amount
would
of amazing
exchange for
concept art
points.
and lore
I know
produced
you
during the
swear
long
on
and
it, but
exciting
I would
journey of
exchange
Path of
this
Exile
for
2's
points,
development.
which I'm assuming is an option.
And finally, Path of
They
Exile
didn't
has
say
a
it,
tradition
but
of
if
letting
the
the
t-shirt
community
lets you, like,
participate
why
in
wouldn't
designing
they,
game
you know?
features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have
They
submitted.
really
along
like
with a
showing
message for the
full
lucky
rain,
player.
huh?
The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely.
Okay. That's
Now,
an
almost
interesting
all
way
of
of
these
doing
items
that.
are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the Early Access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout Early Access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions.
Hey, Ziggy.
Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
I did a video with Ziggy. A lot of people don't know that, ages ago. Back in the early days of both of our YouTube channels. Hello, Ziggy. We can't hear you.
The post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what
The
you've seen
audio's
so far.
desynced.
It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already.
Oh, no,
just
it caught
watching
up.
Things.
It caught up. It's fixed.
And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
So blame him.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
It is a lot.
We
yeah.
were really
I'm
keen
hungry.
to make sure that when
Watching
we
that made me
went into early
hungry.
access, that people didn't feel like it was just limping along and kind of just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like there is enough content because it was certainly a.
If they don't, I don't know what they thought would be enough content.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be maybe a basic mapping placeholder endgame and your 3 acts and the half the classes, but. You've made a decision here, clearly, that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was certainly a very important
Last
moment for
Epoch
us when
happened.
We're
That was my
"Hold
most
on,
recent experience with
that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though because so we're progressing. It's we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts if we hadn't have changed direction. It's to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. That we it's pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure.
Yeah. Imagine going from PoE 1 endgame to PoE 2 early access.
Just whatever you're working on.
I think people would have been okay, but why be okay when you can be great?
We're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for what is it now, 6 years?
I think it's even longer. Actually,
yeah, it's just this epic journey. Whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time. So some of us are we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that. But for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over. But everyone embraced it. We talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it.
No, I'm happy.
It just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely.
Yeah, I'd say it's landed
even
well.
Before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature.
The biggest thing, though, actually for me, I trusted the end game before this program even began.
But do you
it
guys
was
feel like
the start of the game
here? Because
that I was concerned about.
The original game has set the bar for.
They've shown everything I wanted to see for that
in a game like this, and it makes
barrier
it's
for
not acceptable
entry.
really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right?
Yeah,
so,
PoE 2 needed to compete with PoE 1, so they were doomed if they didn't do it.
Absolutely. Well, as I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that, and I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff.
Hear that lesson about endgame?
That'll expand the audience.
Yeah, you missed that one with New Genesis.
If we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
I'll get new
And
Genesis.
You definitely want all those different axes as well.
That
just
hurts
having
some
two,
people.
right?
That hurts a lot of
A lot of
people.
content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
7 is a lot,
especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have it. Yeah, we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even. Really
How am I going to
know
get to
because, like, you never know what
Fantasia
people are
in
going to find in
December?
terms of builds and so on.
I don't know how many hours I'm going to have to
hoping
stream
it'll
in
take people a
December,
while
but it's going to be a
able
lot.
to be able to work it out. But you know, you never know. Maybe
not
maybe
even
end of day
factoring
one,
in
people just like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, we got this. Is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A
There's stuff to
relearning
learn.
period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now.
Yeah, I haven't even been following.
What was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it,
That's a big
thing,
change in
is that
direction.
We're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, you know, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like,
I didn't know what to expect from this, but I know I didn't expect it to take
honestly,
5
I feel like we
years.
underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name.
But why not?
I even got some push.
Poor Caleb.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, you know, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, you know, attraction pieces of the game. And anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, you know, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now,
it also gave
but it is,
people
again, that
thousands and
exact
thousands
thing
and
like,
thousands
the
of
scope is kinda
hours
small
of
on
employment.
numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, you know, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything.
Employment's nice.
Full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe
I've
dream.
never been a fan of the code name.
It was this like there was
Chimera
way
is
back in,
definitely,
original Office. There was all this like.
That's correct.
Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that
I like that everyone's
actually the
coordinated
first boss
which
asset
leg
made
is over
before
which
everything,
other leg, by the way.
Because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll
Do you think
find
they
out how to
planned
use
that?
them.
They
And
all
that
have
was
the
made for
exact
that
same
game. It
leg
was used in
crossed over the other
original
leg.
PoE 2 trailer, right? It
Like
is
from
the
left to
only
right.
Incomplete, technically, but only from a balance.
I can't unsee it.
Last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign. Right
I need the wide
Sounds
shot
like there was
again.
some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally
Like, they could
being
just not
finished.
have their legs
Holy,
crossed.
This is like, we were effectively
But they're
like, we
all
need to
crossed in
celebrate
the
this
same
boss
direction.
finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the
Right
end, 'cause
over
the
left.
end is
Right
forever
over
away.
left.
Yeah, it's still the.
Give me the
beginning of
wide
the
shot
game.
again so I can.
But on that
before
note of
they
celebrating,
switch,
like,
please.
How do you guys feel having now kind of? For the
Give me
first
the
time, I
wide
feel
shot
really,
again.
Laid bare, kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there.
I need a
and,
screenshot.
Only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary.
There it is.
Coming into a release, and I think especially for there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have who are, like they have this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing, right from the ground up again. It's like wow, there's way more stuff there, and like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it was.
I wonder if
it's just been
Ziggy has
crazy.
ever tried to get his name on Twitter without the
obviously it's
StarCraft, like
nerve-wracking,
me getting it without the
release
1227.
day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and like it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
The
It's been a whole
legacy
different
of
experience for me
PoE
here
2.
playing this time around as well. Whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing a, almost what I'm going to be playing. In
Well, I
2
heard you
weeks,
still managed to blow the count up the elevator with.
You want to know what's even funnier about that?
Yeah.
My legs are crossed right now, but it's left over right.
I did send the Act 1 boss
Sorry.
up an elevator.
I
With
dissent.
look back, it was
It's
good.
I dissent.
intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny.
No right over left for me. I would screw up the
just
system.
barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little. I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of rest for a day.
I'll switch
before they
just
get
for
back into
them.
it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll switch. There.
It's been a lot.
I switched just for them.
So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe
Sit
go back
right
into some
under
of the
left.
stuff. It
God.
seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore.
I'm going to edit that
it
post
should
real
be
quick
pretty significant.
and change listening to
I
watching.
mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE 1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get.
I always wanted to get in the Path of
People want to
Exile 1
ask a few
Arthur,
questions kind of
but
around
the
that
barrier for
idea.
entry was just
So
I just didn't want to do
firstly,
it.
is there going to be
I'm
wipes
sold
and
on
resets,
Path of Exile 2
and will
solving
there be
that
something
problem.
for launch as well?
So we
Gems,
are going
the
to be
gems,
having
the skill
new,
gems not
like,
being tied to
leagues
gear,
effectively,
how easy it
throughout
is
the
to
beta
swap.
whenever we
Not
launch something
exactly what I wanted
significant,
to see.
because we want to make
That's
sure
it.
that
That's
all the,
honestly,
typically
they had
people are
they
able
had
to,
me
but
in the first
that
like
stuff will
20
be merged
minutes.
into an early access.
Because I saw all
league,
of the barrier
and
for entry
effectively
systems,
after
the
we go
ways
into full
even
release, that league
one
will stick
big
around.
thing
Now I can't promise that,
that they're
everything about
doing
your character will
is if you
function
get
exactly
stuck
like
on
how
the
it did,
story,
in
they've
that thing.
deliberately added
glorious kind of
effectively
snapshot
side
of
quests that
all
are
of the-
made
Here's all the
with
broken
the
stuff I
intent
have,
of
yeah.
helping you
Effectively, we can
overcome
contain all
walls
that stuff
in
in
the
sort of early
story.
access league, and then if you still want to play
That's
those characters,
huge.
you know, like then you can go
Like
right ahead
literally
and do that,
just
but,
like
you know, the
permanent
action is always
buffs
gonna
that
be
you
in,
get
whatever
from
the most recent
completing
league
those
is.
nearby
and then,
quests.
Of course, after that point, there'll
That
be a
if
standard
like
that
something
everything
you
goes
started
into, which,
building
you know,
towards
all
just
our
doesn't
economic
really
sins
work for your
will free
point of
from
the
will be
game.
archived in the
Maybe it's
in
the build's not as good
So,
early,
yeah,
or it's just like what you
you know,
built
no
towards
doubt
the
will-
boss
Well,
is
it's nice
just
that it's A, not going to be
I don't know,
affecting what will be
like
in the
especially
standard
good
league.
against it.
Yeah,
A, it's
also
easy to
that
switch stuff,
people
but
will be able to
B,
kind of get
you
invested
have
in their
those side
characters
abilities
because-
to pick things
I mean,
up.
there's even something kind of cool about the idea of
Passive
making
tree-
something.
No, I actually
that
don't
will be
think
like
that's
that.
that. The thing is
historical
that
piece.
Absolutely.
it's so
Little collectible.
punishing to make
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be
decisions that
some
are
handful
not
of
good
legacy
early.
things that only exist
They've
in early access leagues.
effectively
So, you know,
made it so that can
let's see
still
what happens
happen,
with
but
it.
remedying
talked
it,
about,
whether
like,
it be through
the,
Orbs of Regret
you
and
know,
gold
playing
instead
for
of
a
Orbs
week
of
or
Regret,
how long a week's
or
been.
having
Well,
those
we
extra
sort of
missions
remember,
on the
and
side.
a lot of the, you know,
It's
a
a
lot of
big,
the PoE1
big
players
deal.
will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, you know, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items.
See, he's talking
The
about it
discovery
too.
is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you just got to remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world.
talking
the new
about exactly
narratives,
the thing
new
that I
world
want.
building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the, like, you know, endgame systems, the bosses, the, like, it's not going to be this, like, you know, even, you know, I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, you know, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Now, obviously, that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient.
Which is
over
true of
time.
Path of
That's
Exile
how
1
the game
also,
works.
but
yeah, I'd expect a lot
that
of
barrier
time
for entry
to be
in
sunk
Path of
into this
Exile
to
1, I
fully
think, is a
explore it
lot
to start
higher.
with, like a lot, you know. Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, you know, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, you know, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But yeah, I certainly want to really, I'm very
but that's
excited
great,
to
but now I have no
see
reason
people
to play
discovering the
play
new
this
things
league
and getting
in
so
PoE1
excited
when
about
I
it.
could just
I can tell
play
you're
PoE2.
amped for watching people go through that discovery process.
In 2 weeks, so
Maybe
it'll be
even
irrelevant.
yourself a bit.
100%.
I mean, not that it'll be
I love
irrelevant.
sitting
There's still
there in
reasons to play
building
Path of Exile 1.
As
But
many of us
there's
do,
no
but,
reason for me to
I
get
am
into
very
a
excited
league
for that.
and learn PoE1
Right, as
now.
we were
when I
saying,
just
discovery
started
process
PoE2.
for a while.
And those
I think you were
systems
saying how
that
much
already
you were
lower the
part
barrier for
spreadsheet.
entry
I think I'm
are
like,
going to be
I think
there.
I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
Coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exile characters. Yeah.
the discovery part of me is ultra excited, and and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think. You know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is
chaos
even the metric.
yes, is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because, like, you know, 1 exalt. Given that exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. in PoE 2. Like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I can see Exalt's becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
Yeah, I think actually
chaos
that will
being
be.
the new divine.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this.
That's not an argument. It's a discussion.
So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to? At that
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months. I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy.
6 months
but, I mean,
to a
honestly,
year
like
in
we have
early
to get all the
access.
content finished and all that sort of stuff.
Tracks.
We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of
get
the
it to the point where it's really
right for all the
fun.
players, got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of
pretty sure we'll be there early.
We have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of like,
it's going to be a scramble of your servers
like,
being fried.
This
Is what
crazy
it's going
thing
to
out.
be.
We
But
found
we'll
this
see
thing,
about that.
that's always scary. Because it's just. When we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have
even on new leagues, there's normally lag for like a few hours.
Support teams work and everything like that. So
every time I see someone say a new league has come out, I always see like server on fire for like
completely ridiculous that we just never
a couple of
anticipated
hours
combining certain
for the
things in
people
different
I
ways
know
we don't
that play
expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right?
yeah.
Like there's nothing we can even do about
lag
it.
for
because
weeks. Okay, I just said a couple of hours.
You need hundreds and
the lag for
thousands
weeks.
of
I'm not
hours of
familiar
testing
with,
to
but
be
I
able
meant
to
a
do
couple
that
of hours.
with what can only be done with
That's it.
hundreds
Just
of
like
thousands
some
of players.
queue and like some lag for a couple. That's all I was.
That's
talking
also
about.
the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally?
Yeah, I
really
haven't
doing
played
12
PoE1
classes
in a
36
very long
minutes? He's
time.
like, actually,
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's a
all
bit
that
unhinged.
stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean,
my man was coming through the speakers for a second.
A passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan.
This is the plan.
I mean,
this is what's happening, and we like it.
We'll go through early access. So it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of
Exciting.
It's going to be nuts to play early access for months and months and months, right?
I'm pretty sure. Like,
and then get a
league out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun.
After you've been playing just like the game for months and months and months, and then you get a league after all that. That's a good thing, by the way. To be clear, but it's going to be like a very specific experience. Unless they decide to do a league during early access, maybe they will to test the system. To make sure it's working fine in PoE2, but
it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there may, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. Right, and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like I was going to ask, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping
they didn't
the
mention
game
any
in the future.
blight.
Like an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are
so,
seeing
you know,
this.
like get back into this. You know, people are seeing, you know, like actually getting back into that and like being
It's
able to sort of
like,
see
but it's not
directly
exactly
like
the same.
okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't
watched,
like it, like that kind of stuff. Like and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we, you know, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company like. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, you know, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, you know, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't.
Very true.
You probably lose perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, you know, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus we have other systems in there, like, you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the Endgame system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of
grueling.
You know, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, you know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. You know, it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, you know, if things are difficult, you know, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like just the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly a large amount.
I didn't even think about that, but he actually is.
And then even at Endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, you know, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at Endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE1 with the you know, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, you know, like it's like, you know, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But you know, so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, you know, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, you know, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do? You
can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip two life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine.
That's a lot of mana.
But
although that makes sense because now I'm sure there's a build.
So it does sound like on the
where you turn. We know there's at least one thing where your mana becomes your health bar.
Edition number 4,
and it has to be depleted first. So having double the mana flask is effectively is doubling your HP flask. That's kind of just like I would have expected that anyway.
We are more common.
I'm not gonna have to like crack out the leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that leech might be. No, I think. I was going to say, Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one.
But no one is happy about giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat.
I know. What about direct?
Whatever.
No.
But there's like yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
No. No, direct head.
You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean,
now they all switched legs.
Too much.
They moved it the other way.
Dex stacking speed.
I saw Ziggy swap, but yeah, no, they all swap.
We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to
solve. I think they saw him
switch,
like, so they all did.
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding
20 minutes
a little
per
bit.
lag.
We can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah,
we were just talking about
this.
leagues
launching. Now,
we are going to get leagues.
Date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But,
wow. It's in just 3 months, they're going to do our first league.
Admit, unfortunately, we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But as I said, we kind of underestimated some of this stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league.
Oh, okay. He's saying there's a new league for PoE 1.
Like one of the things that
because he said steal PoE 1 resources too, and I was like,
short-term project is that. You've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's just like it's all that stuff is then.
Yeah, we expect a new league for
like coming up soon.
But I guess it makes sense to ask.
We'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah.
Obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to Endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have...
that makes sense.
Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere.
I love fire.
We have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we don't
have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because
but if it's like
no one
halfway
had a chance to
in, that's
everyone
gotta be
swap their
awful.
build over to it or whatever.
Everyone started doing
we're gonna
it, and then
be
they
really
nerf
on the
it.
ball for PoE2 just because there's so many things that are new.
well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am
Or
liking
maybe it
my
is okay.
mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Is this from he's
Stay away
just
from my
finding fires
Grenada.
already? No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and there's lots of things going on.
touching
You're like,
feet.
Oh, geez, what do I solve first?
Look, it
obviously,
happened.
It's the same as PoE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Indie belts.
They're just making a heart.
I'm going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE2 league launch, PoE1 league launches. Though.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that
Okay,
get a chance
that's
to play
good.
Don't make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and
graphic.
I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE2 is much better than what it was in PoE1. There's a lot more kind of, that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things.
Yeah.
We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. Effectively, we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But one thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, like, when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's hands.
So I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying, like, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like, sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, like, that can be cool. But then if you're
the problem, Jeffrey,
like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like, you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So that kind of stuff is really important just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
absolutely.
So you're allowed to cheat. There's quests.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively,
there's
there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure. Smart.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all of the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, accurate.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious
that gives me confidence.
Press the button.
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula,
make sure you can
for
say
example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Sounds good.
We're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line, and if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah. We've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes classes like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs
while they're bringing up story
town.
stuff,
So
which as somebody
obviously
didn't play
there's a lot of
PoE
dialogue
1,
there
I can't really
because
relate to you as
adopted
much.
son,
I need to
things
go
like
use the
that.
restroom. Be right back.
There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So, like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, or find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool.
Sorry about
That's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching
Dominus
the trailer
style.
earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow?
I
you
take
came
my
up with a
pre-workout
shadow
now.
ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like
cool.
All of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge shadow ascendancy. Like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes for players.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like
it's a specialization.
the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
Yeah, for sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level,
you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's
Trees
what
on trees.
you have actually chosen that makes you distinct, that another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to make that super, super cool.
Yeah.
And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, "Oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again?" But I want you to like lay it out as
Is this
simply as
another
possible.
lab
Like,
again?
how do you ascend?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
effectively,
chat was talking
in the
about
full
labs
game, there's going to be
earlier.
3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2, and effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at
That's a
certain
lot of
level
money
breakpoints, that will allow you to
I'd
get
have a
more
hard
points for
time
those
committing
classes.
to
So
that.
if you want to just play the entire just only the trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go into the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're
Damn,
doing there.
sir.
It's
Lighting
funny
it on
because like I know
fire.
traps are so
That's a little
contentious,
harsh.
but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these
That's it,
like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just a win.
clearly leaning into that now. You have.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like
Decisive.
separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on.
No. Okay.
And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine
There
too.
you go.
So like
Perfect.
that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, a Mariketh, like a Mariketh trial now, and, we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course
Well,
now
they
it's
call it
redesigned
Sanctum
and
too,
it's
so
evolved into
that's fine.
Trial of Chaos.
It's its own form
so
of Sanctum, but it's
A
Sanctum.
lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played, would probably be like, "What? I don't understand."
Yeah, effectively, the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum, which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just
I'm very
stockpile a bunch of them, run them
self-sufficient, so
more
I don't know
at
how
your-
much
at your
I'll
leisure,
trade,
you know
but
what
with
I mean?
the
It's
player-
like
with the
you
exchange,
have the
I'll
freedom.
probably
They're
get into it a little bit more.
itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively.
So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
There you go. It's important to know that first itemized key
is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty much you get
That's
to
gonna be
reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits, it's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You did.
Not to brag. I did.
Well,
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that
you
was
were
part
like-
of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sekima. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that, is fun.
100%.
So you've got these 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and
God, the
scaled by
honor
your health.
system's gonna get me
No, it
screwed,
is
man.
quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now, it can be
And your
fully
defenses-
mitigated and
yeah,
everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So
Okay.
people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Kuruia ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated
Well, there aren't
with the
any
crew
here,
at some point in the
Acheron.
past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class with 4, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend and Ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said.
I didn't
the
know
jewels
this
are
was going to be
global,
this long.
There are unique
Maybe I shouldn't have
jewels,
drank
and
my
then there
pre-workout
are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus 1 socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos.
I'm gonna brick so many items.
You get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus 1 socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly
That's gonna
gamble
be me.
you have as your final crafting step there.
It's Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But if you think about we talked about enchantment, yeah. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
and then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But, for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively do a Chaos Orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got it's just life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val Orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new.
That sounds like a brick to me.
Yeah,
result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
just
no,
tell,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so,
no.
Yeah, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 Life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 Life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually
can't expect them to remember everything.
But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being, or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items. That is, I think,
corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes.
Find out later.
Yeah,
it's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for
they're fun and cool.
We've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yep, I expect them.
Something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more
have a hard time
predictable,
choosing
more
between
to
which
the
of the two
expectation of
monk
the
belts.
trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger, and but yeah, lots and lots of.
I think elemental though.
Cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. You might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it, out there who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger.
And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers, and so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, you know, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some
I got it
things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now, you know, opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And so that's
one was
embracing
very
that,
interesting
making
to
sure
me.
people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
It sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices.
Yeah, okay.
Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye.
Not
though,
at
so
all
it
what
sounds
it's like now,
some
so
of
it's
them are
changed
coming
a lot,
forward, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, at this point they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah, I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. So
that makes sense.
Well, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do
have
wonder
that,
if
you
Pathfinder
could
would be cool with that.
Exactly,
like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like
saying that out loud.
The PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the fast and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much
well,
to,
skills
for us to discover.
are skills, and see in 2 weeks.
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when
it's just I don't know what you're even supposed to really say about skills.
24,
you know what I mean?
Number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the
passive tree support gems. Dude, you're going to be able to do
buff gems
some
for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about
it's going to be
ridiculous. For the type of, that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished. It takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something,
you just say actually
it just
3
ended up being
times.
Too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes.
Thinking pretty
that we've
actually.
done, there's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support how that works.
Actually did it.
It requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So,
For sure.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, a lot of some of those other classes
like
that we
legs.
have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that all gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
you absolutely
that's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So I mean that stuff is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill.
Yeah,
with the
and he was shooting the bell,
the
crossbow.
the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like that's like a whole other thing. Like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer, and I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like the some of the stuff that can happen between classes, builds. I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like in Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs.
You get someone who just focuses on providing environmental.
You're like, I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well. Where it's like,
I mean that's why I said it. You're literally someone who just sets environment stuff down, and everybody else
with gas cloud
abuses
ticks
it.
or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going tink tink tink
tink
tink
tink. Armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning
what's
things
funny?
hit them and explode, and all of a sudden,
unrelated
everyone's running around with
Path
Quill
of
Rain
Exile.
lightning
But
bolts
I always
everywhere.
remember thinking Guild Wars 2 was going to pull that off really well, and I never felt like
abuse cases. And
I ever cared about other players putting down environment stuff. It never ended up mattering to me in Guild Wars 2. I really thought it was going to. And it was something they kind of
it'll be fun. It's cool. Even finding all the
advertised
stuff so far
in the early days of Guild Wars 2.
I generally play
it's not that
multiplayer.
it
Most of
didn't
the
happen
alpha
at
I've done is
all,
being a
but I never
multiplayer, play
in
with
the
other people.
time that I played felt like it was
Just get a
something
lot
that I
of that testing
really
in there as well.
made
Just
decisions
make sure that
around.
others
It was
do
more
it.
like this is here, so I guess I can use it.
Try and see
this is more
what we can break.
Here it's more like
just for good fun.
Honestly, the thing
that's
that's
it. Yeah,
hardest
smoke
to then,
fields and fractals is kind of like the
you
only
get this
thing I
thing
could
which
think
is
of
quite
too.
interesting, where you have a
And I didn't do
staff
too many
as both the
fractals. I
player
only
and the
kind of got
developer.
surface level fractals because I
And
didn't
I
really
love the,
care
like,
for agony
better
resistance as a
not keep
mechanic.
something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but
Yeah,
something
fire
that's
AoE to
OP,
stack
a
might.
secret, right?
That was the one that I
tell
did
me.
back in the
Because
day.
the exact reaction you had earlier.
Nice. Okay, so they didn't completely abandon it. They actually That's good to know because I remember thinking that was going to be core to Guild Wars too, and it never felt that way early on. It felt like there was like some small things you could do.
Whatever. I was like,
but they were so inconsequential in the way content was made in Guild Wars 2 early that I never cared. Like, why would I care in the early? Like, what did Guild Wars 2 have in the early days where I would have ever cared about something like that?
I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is
wasn't
hard.
really
No one knows
until
if the thing is
fractals.
actually look. There's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool?
Good
and
to know
it's
they didn't
powerful,
abandon that.
Or have
They
I
actually
found something
kinda
cool and
doubled
it's
down on it
broken?
and made it something
you
of a
know,
thing.
and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like
far
I
more
just
about
pick these
class
skills, and no matter
mechanics
what
and
weapons I'm wearing,
overfields,
I'm
yeah.
just like completely ridiculous.
Because I like
then that's a
that
different
concept. I like the
situation.
idea
Now
of
it's just
being
a thing
someone
that
who
anyone
just
can do at a moment's notice,
places
rather than
things
actually
for
requiring
people
like
to
I have to find
use,
the big,
interactables
this
with
combo of
people
items
that
and
people
things like
can
that.
use.
So that's a much different story. Yeah.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot
so
of
that
good
they don't
feedback,
have
a lot
to
of
do
good,
it, and I can be
people
like, I
reporting
like
stuff,
that
especially in the
idea.
last,
That's
like,
actually
month,
something
it's,
I
like,
like
coming
buy
in a lot,
into.
because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all.
ZDPS
But
builds.
fun,
Actually kind of
fun
appeal
journey.
to me. Especially because I really like doing
changed a
co-op.
lot. How have you found the changes to them?
It's funny because I
being
like
now
doing self-found
having
as
no
much as I like
levels
doing
and,
co-op. I just
the
find I
restriction
do
of having
self-found
only
more
one
because
support
it's only
gem on a
reliant on
character
me.
of a type,
You know what I mean?
but having a
I don't have to
I
coordinate
really like
anything
how
for it.
this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of where do I put my model projectiles, where do I put my PS, where do I put, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of the
groups. That would be
why it
really
just works
nice.
So much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing because it
I would definitely
sounds
be in
bad if
favor
you just
of
hear
that.
about
I would
that
definitely
actually
go out of my
playing
way
it.
to
Just
organize.
restrictions,
Like,
you
I would
just
be
hear that
like,
and you're
I would do that
just
with like
restrictions.
whoops.
And it is arbitrary in
handful of
some
other
sense,
people.
right? There's no we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is, and so that I really don't like that kind of thing usually because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But that's a kind of more subtle argument that you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have mandatory here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. There's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know? But it's like, you know, it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like, you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we're going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But yeah, look, we might decide to bring that theme back, and in a reward system later.
I think
like
for Vile skills, especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of cool flavor. I mean, I've loved everything they've shared in terms of
if you're
flavor.
looking to be able to
build.
The reason why Transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill.
But it's good
obviously
a lot.
at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just
still
having to
making
make
the
still
skills.
adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. And I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. And I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's. Even if you discount for those, it's
I know. That's
many
what.
major
Because even
skills.
You got what, like,
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up, and so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there, and then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and
there's
scepters
a
have a
staffs
skill
one, exactly.
baked
Right? We're
in.
not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs one and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Oh my god!
I mean,
like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but there's
somebody out there has encyclopedic knowledge of all of it.
But there's a bunch.
Countless.
Of at least the PoE 1, and now we'll have it for PoE
Ascendancy
2.
classes
Someone
with
on your team
skills.
knows all of it.
True.
Tons.
Yeah.
It's tons.
Yeah.
Someone
And
chat
those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep,
if
you can
want.
support default attack,
Yep.
and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so like, damn it, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like
that.
really
I like
difficult.
that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects.
Ziggy just looked us dead in the eye and said, "Damn,
every
this is a big game."
Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE 2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make people actually want to use it now.
So yeah, you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the Endgame, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah.
No, I think the whole announcement was
like,
bulk.
An overview.
There was no.
So
there was Everything was
Endgame
bulk.
versions, just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the Endgame Pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final.
Wait, there's more.
The final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master. Then you
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 results, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those 2 have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah,
but then
if you want to put it that way, but we could just call them roguelites.
4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them.
I saw them lag
for
a second, and I panicked. I looked over.
that you have that appear there.
It doesn't really work anymore, does it?
Also come to Mac.
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a name
We probably have actually named it. I
Not
just
something I would have even thought about.
The kind of boss hunting kind of element as well, and then the kind of I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then you've got the cities with the lieutenants, and then the Uber Act bosses, and then above that you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before, but that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff. Because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase in difficulties.
Progression blocker. I can just kill them.
Way harder. And then and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So
they're lagging again, but it's fine.
Trials.
It's just the visuals.
Everything has like its own distinct passive tree and. Progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better.
When your designer says, I can just kill them,
you can either do just all in one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. So that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
Get your old juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately,
in
terms of
find
but effectively, as long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable. By using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, absolutely.
And what does I saw like on the breach nodes? It said like increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work. Generally, that will increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well because they don't know how that scales.
It's a lot of arbitraries.
And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that, when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide.
I was
I've got
actually
these
wondering
points,
that.
but,
I figured
not,
that's probably how it
I
worked.
want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale that in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this multiple projectile thing you shoot has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So, just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
Sure. Yeah, what actually gets harder.
Getting harder. And that is going to be different for different players too, where a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one. And it's something that we've discussed a bit recently is the harder you make the hardest content, the less builds will be considered
viable. No, stop lagging!
Viable by the players because effectively a build's only viable if it can defeat the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. That will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is. We have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but
I think it depends on the number of
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is like, if we find that
if only 2 or 3 builds can feasibly do it, then that's a problem. But if like a dozen builds, then I think
we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation.
Then it changes.
And it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. PoE 2 does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. How do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. So you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block, shield block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going around of like, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that.
That would be toxic.
Excellent.
My fire build is so good.
Here's
this boss that's fire immune.
This infinitely expanding civilization map
kidding me right now?
Atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of. So
we had chat
I'm just
begging for Delve earlier.
What I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas. And it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
So that's a feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yeah.
Fair.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You feel like you're exploring, but because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You've got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, there are maps. So, in FFXIV 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now those numbers
that's
are
a lot.
arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, 100%.
But
we all know I'm a fan of juice!
How much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map? Like,
so effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance.
They're back to all
which means
being,
that
a
lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the
Sometimes I
next
just
area,
can't help
I'm guessing
but
that's like a
notice.
certain range out you can see into the fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to
complete.
So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there.
Hopefully,
So
hopefully.
Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole... hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure, as opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we
hopefully
have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
See how it actually is.
Right? You're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then, we were saying, like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons?
I guess
that's
space,
there's a whole
not
complicated
outer
thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right.
Delve.
So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be a little marker just so you know. But honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops and effectively the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And you're
cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is you spend too much of your time fighting bosses
right now.
Yeah. So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you
more
can do it
before
because
this
there's bosses
happened.
there.
If I'd known it was going to be so many hours,
that doesn't mean that 1-4 maps you play as one, because obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring around.
You're picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design?
I could believe PoE doing that. Every boss has its own.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
I'm happy.
Yeah, so there's actually I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that?
Yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers. Like
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
So this is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like, maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics, it's like, complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses generate.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something.
It's for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of
progression. I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches,
and you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout? Or
now I'm just imagining a map with
technically
absolutely
they are
everything
separate, but generally speaking,
like similar.
Yeah, they're actually the same.
They're pretty similar.
Original,
so but the boss and a non-boss.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss.
Original breach sanctum with a boss.
The one that would go here is
Corrupted.
not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively,
I'm doing good, Jack. Just trying to absorb whatever I can from this, since I'm not
excellent.
I'm not like PoE knowledgeable.
did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the song boxes and essences. And
Yeah.
things
So
like that coming back as
initially,
well.
we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content,
Because
there was still going to be
PoE2
icons for it on the tree,
in 2
on the
weeks.
atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
Is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can kind of like see more of that if you want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's
Fair.
the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the PoE1 connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Delve earlier.
Like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and like doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc., that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better, consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got, Incursion. We've got, awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, you're not just going to have a floating roof.
Why
Omnitex
not?
is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Look,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were
broom
made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where
Minimum
you had
vacuum
super
cleaners?
uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing.
Hi,
for them,
Ivy.
tracking them.
Ivy, I'm so
pretty
hungry.
cool.
Exactly.
Hi.
Definitely take some.
You're probably
mercenary
hungry
action
too.
to that. Be a good fit off.
Yeah, you're licking your lips.
All
I
right.
know what that means.
Well, there's lots for us
Here,
to look forward
want some
to there.
dental treatment?
You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, we
Ivy,
plans
go
can
in
change, but
for-
they're
Don't be
absolutely. I mean,
in the
look, that
ball.
we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like
Oh, yeah.
we've got
So there's stuff coming
there's
already.
stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually
Come
get
on.
there, what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right.
There.
Let's talk about crafting a little bit.
Oh,
because
see, I
we've done a
dropped
lot
one.
there, and
Now I have to go
it's,
get it.
Pretty fundamental to the game.
And you're standing on my bladder.
So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like
Ivy?
reforging an item many times
Ivy,
or
I need to
scouring
pick
it.
up the ones
So
I
we
dropped
really want to make it
because-
so that you're finding
Yeah, there
crafting
we
items
go.
all the time.
Go.
You're using those crafting items way more often
know
than you
where
were
they
in
are,
PoE
Ivy?
one.
There's
That you like just
Where's the other one?
the game
that I
of
dropped?
like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to,
Where'd it go,
and then
Ivy?
actually equipping those items is just happening
Don't
way more
look at
often.
me, I
There's
don't
so
know
many
where-
subtle
where you
changes
got
around
the
this, like in
right
terms of just like the way that the base mod scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing you're cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way
I really like
removing
the way they're going to
scouring
be using the orbs.
affected so much of the way
In
that we
this.
craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that
So much,
you can,
like,
there's so many
integration
more things
with
you're allowed to craft.
your
now.
natural
Yeah,
progression
you can
through
craft
even
yes,
just
and
playing
the
the
reason
story.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. You know, there's so many more item types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item
Exactly,
as well.
exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still
times.
reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got a nulls and you've got
that does
but that stuff is
add
higher
remove.
up. Like that's kind of more of a later